Good evening, everyone. It is November 1st, 2022, and this is a reconvening of the regularly scheduled Brattleboro Selectboard meeting. I asked once before at 5:30, but Patrick, has this meeting been properly warned?
It has.
Excellent. Thank you very much. In that case, we can move to approving the minutes, and I would look for a motion.
Right here. I move that we approve the minutes from the October 11th, October 17th, October 18th, and October 19th select board meetings.
Excellent. Jess has made a motion to approve the minutes of October 11th, October 17th, and October 18th, and October 19th, 2022. Board members, any discussion, questions about the minutes? I don't. It's the... You need to? Nobody's here about the minutes. Okay. Not seeing any. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. It carries 5-0. Thank you very much. All right. We move on to chair remarks. So I just have two quick remarks. First, my usual announcement about Election Day. So Election Day is going to be Tuesday, November 8th at the American Legion from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. All active registered voters were mailed ballots by the state. Those ballots need to be back to the town by the 8th at 7 p.m. The Secretary of State, if I understand, has issued guidance that if you hadn't mailed your ballot back by yesterday, by Halloween, that you should consider an alternative way of getting the ballot back to us, either bringing it and putting in the drop box at the municipal center parking lot, bringing it to the town clerk's office, or actually bringing it filled out to the American Legion on the 8th for the election itself. So we just would encourage you that if you haven't mailed it yet to really consider doing one of those, because we have to have it by the 8th at 7 p.m. So if you don't want to do that and you want to vote in person, then American Legion 7 to 7. If you come and you don't have your mailed in ballot with you, you can still vote, but it's going to take an extra step. So you should anticipate it taking a little longer if you're going to vote and not have the ballot. You can also bring it filled out and put it into a ballot box at the American Legion that day. So that's my first announcement. The second is Charter Review Commission. So the board is looking for applicants for the Charter Review Commission. Every 15 years, the board, the town reviews its charter. It's pretty exciting. If you're sitting at home or here in the audience and you're thinking, how can I give back to the town? This would be a pretty excellent way to be a part of history. We are asking for letters of interest from community members. We initially said November 11th for that date, but realized that that's actually Veterans Day and the town offices will be closed. So we're going to extend that deadline to Monday, the 14th by end of business day. So we'll make sure that that goes out on all of our social media. But that letter of interest can be emailed in an email. It can be dropped off at the town manager's office. It can be dropped in our Dropbox, any way. And that letter should include describing your qualifications, what you hope to achieve if you were on the Charter Review Commission, and why you would like to be on the Charter Review Commission. And if you have any questions about what they do, you can look at our last meeting where we discussed this in detail with attorney Bob Fisher, who kind of went through what the process looks like. You can also speak to one of your elected select board members who will be able to sort of walk you through it if you have any interest. But I would really encourage people to apply. It's a really important commission. And with that, I end my chair remarks and I look over to interim town manager Patrick Moreland.
No comments this evening.
Excellent. Thank you. Board members, comments, committee reports?
I don't have anything. Liz?
I'm all set. Thank you.
Nope.
No.
Nothing whatsoever. Wow.
That's probably a record for us.
Yeah, I would say so. All right. In that case, we'll move on to agenda item 6, which is public participation. So this is an opportunity for people to speak on items that aren't on the agenda tonight, or if they want to speak to any items that are on the consent agenda that they'd like the select board to pull from the consent agenda. So with that, I just ask that if you speak in public comment, that you tell us your name and where you're from for the record. So with that, I'm going to look to our room. Yeah, so you want to just come on up to the mic? Welcome.
Hi, Nancy Browse. I'm the owner of Everyone's Books. I living right now in South Newfane. It's temporary, but I'm there. And I think you notice there's a number of downtown merchants here, and we're all here because I don't have to tell anybody that there's been a huge crime wave downtown, a lot of break-ins. My store has been open for 39 years. We were never broken into 4 times this year, never before. And everyone here who's a merchant will give you a similar story. So a lot of us feel that moving the police station to Putney Road was a really bad mistake. We feel like the crime downtown has, I mean, I know there's other factors, but it's definitely escalated since the police station has been moved to Putney Road. And at this point, the entire downtown underneath of the parking garage is empty and has plenty of space for a police station. I feel like it needs to be moved back there ASAP. The parking garage, I get people in the bookstore all the time who say, like, I saw a guy with a gun in the parking garage. I saw a drug deal in the parking garage. And I take it with a grain of salt when it's someone that I don't think knows the town. But when it's someone that knows what's going on and they tell me this stuff, I believe them. So that's why a lot of merchants are here. And I wanted to make one more suggestion that I don't think I've heard yet, but I feel like it's vital that we get the state to open a drug court in Brattleboro. The catch and release is just not working. Police, any police, I don't know if there's any police here, but any police will tell you, they pick these guys up. The judges are not going to send someone to prison for a $35 petty robbery. The last petty robbery we had, a guy came in and stole the Groundworks donation jar. It had $3 in it, but it was a robbery. Even though they got $3 out of it, they did it in front of our staff. I mean, these are things that we need a drug court. Rutland has a drug court. Chittenden County has a drug court. We are the place where the drugs come into town from Springfield, from Hartford, from all over. We need a drug court, and a drug court for anyone. Do I need it? Does anyone not know what a drug court is? Okay. What a drug court is basically, it's a judge will tell people who have a drug addiction issue that you have a choice of, and they present them with the rehab options, or we can continue with your criminal record and you can potentially land in prison. So I feel like that's essential, because otherwise we're just never going to even begin to dig out of the problems that we have right now. So I think moving the police back downtown and getting the state to consider and actually do a drug court down here. I mean, why does Rutland have a drug court and Chittenden County has a drug court and we don't? No reason that I can think of whatsoever. So that's what I have to say. And I won't take up any more of your time, but that's.
No, thank you very much, Nancy. We really appreciate that. I think I understand what a lot of people are here to talk about, and agenda item D on the new business is also an opportunity to speak on these things, and I think it will be pretty relevant. So I'll probably encourage people to speak on this during that item, but I also open if people want to speak during public participation if they feel like it.
Real quick, which is most of these merchants have to be up early in the morning to open their businesses. So if it's like that's a bad idea for the people. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. A fair point. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Nancy. Other
As early as it can be.
Yeah. Yes. Well, actually, I'm going to put you one moment. I just want to check to see if there's anyone on Zoom first.
No.
Nope. Okay.
Some issue going on.
Come on up. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Jacqueline Bilodeau. I own Salon Jackie with Lorraine Gordon on Elliott Street in Brattleboro. I'm here because of many things, the same reason that Nancy is here, but I'm also here because of the parking garage in particular.
So
Because I think specifically to the parking garage, and I have called some of you guys on the board here. I've worked with the police. They've been as helpful as possible. I've talked with people out of town, in town. We have a very large clientele. We have a very thriving business. There are many thriving businesses here. I just quickly looked up some of Vermont bylaws here, and I'm no expert, but I do understand that housing tremendously illicit behavior is very illegal. Real or perceived, it's real. It's every hour on the hour through the day. Last week, just in particular, I went to my car in the middle of the day and obsessively clicked my key to make sure my vehicle was locked after having moved, like most of the businesses, to the high street lot, paying for parking. And of course, in 3 minutes, someone had broken into my vehicle and thrown everything around and just stole change, maybe some sunglasses. That is such a violation. That is me. Then I have to worry about my employees, and then the lights are not on, and the police are doing their best, and they're basically empathizing and trying to help, but commiserating with that we have a huge problem. I just spoke with the sister earlier today. I'm from St. Albans, Vermont. They had a actual lesser problem than we do with their parking garage, which is newer than our parking garage. They have done a few small things already. Number one, it isn't a homeless shelter. It is a parking garage. It isn't a drug shelter. It isn't a sex trafficking garage. It's not a red light district. It's supposed to be where we pay a lot of money. The town owns it and we park our car. But I can tell you right now that as soon as I've been stalked, as soon as I get out of my car, someone is asking me where I'm going, or they, whatever. That's me. Then there are my employees that I don't dare to let them walk alone. Then forget about the elderly, the vulnerable, everyone else who won't go near that parking garage, won't go near downtown, maybe Harmony. But we have a ton of people that come from out of town. We have a ton of people coming from Keene. There's all kinds of tourism going on here. We are now resilient and thriving with our businesses, but the parking garage, and I understand that it's that it's on the docket. We don't have enough police, and with the reputation of what's going on with the police in this country, we have to be really careful about how much enforcement is going on. But why can I go to the hospital in Boston in a parking garage and there's security for my vehicle and myself? And I can't do that in Brattleboro, Vermont. And I'll tell you right now, I'm carrying mace. And I'm telling you right now that I'm thinking about putting a baseball on my windshield, That's a problem. And there's been many a times where I'm saying, we've had our business for 17 years. At least for 15 years, we've talked about no loitering, what ordinances. But in the parking garage, it's a public building. You're not supposed to house loitering, illegal behavior, urination, defecation, drug use, any of that stuff. People are getting their catalytic converters stolen, blah, and there's no restitution. So what I have to say is there's small things. What St. Albans did, for instance, is they took the electric outlets out of usage for the public for a while. They drive through the parking garage every half hour and make people leave. And if someone is actually homeless, they can talk to that police officer and get help to find shelter. That's what we're supposed to do, is help people who are actually homeless find shelter. I know for a fact that I can name to you, I was walking out at 1 o'clock last week in the afternoon, checking something in my vehicle, probably obsessively hoping someone didn't break into my vehicle again. And I just on that 1 o'clock in the afternoon counted on one level, 20 people selling drugs, little sex trafficking, little this, little that, all. And you think I'm not scared? I don't act scared. They might leave me alone now, but when you're out of your mind, or half of you are out of your mind, really soon critical mass is going to happen. You look at Burlington, Vermont, big problem. We better get a handle on this now and move forward with it, or businesses will move out of town. I have clients that won't come here from Keene. That's a problem. So there are specific things to do. It's the gray stuff, but I think no loitering, take away the electrical outlets a little bit for someone. You guys, everybody knows who the regulars are, who's running the racket. And then there's the rumors about who's what and where. I don't really care. How come someone is tolerated for years to, excuse my language, but be a pimp? Why is that allowed? And sell drugs in the parking garage? I've had enough, so I'm here to help with whatever anyone needs, and I just wanted that stated for the record.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Yeah. What's that?
Could we pause and check in about?
Yeah, so we've got the transportation center on the agenda for item D. I think we can all agree that we can all speak to that during that item. If there's other public comment, one of the things that I have actually recently learned as part of my ability as chair is that we could move this item up with a unanimous agreement of the board. If you want to move it to A, then we could do that. We have at least one presenter in the interim that would potentially get pushed. So I think if we can try to move through the other ones quickly, then I don't know, board thoughts?
What do you folks want? Do you want it moved up if possible? Yeah.
I mean, a lot of us.
You could also let this happen under public
I understand.
and leave D for a discussion of the cameras.
Oh, yes.
This is actually
This is
perfect
actually the time when, yeah, I'm trying to sort of decide whether we should. We also can have all of you all speak now during public participation, and then we will have a discussion about the parking garage, transportation center, and the cameras then. Dick?
I actually thought when you discussed this 2 weeks ago, about the cameras, when Mr. Quick was talking about it, that this would have been under other business, so this would have been at the top of the agenda. And so there's a good excuse actually for you to move this up. And a lot of these people came here.
Yeah, I agree.
Talk about,
Can you come stand at the mic? Oh.
They can't, they can hear me all over the world. When you were talking about this 2 weeks ago, I thought this would be under other business. So when I saw the agenda, I was quite surprised to see it so far down. I appreciate the fact that all of these people have come here. Now, certainly they're talking about the parking garage and you have cameras on the agenda, but this isn't just a camera issue that people are talking about. So the fact that even the chief of police, who I've talked to personally, whose name was in the Digger article, saying that, yes, we do need cameras, but we need more than just cameras. So the fact that these people want to speak now, if they're not speaking about the cameras and they're talking about other stuff.
Yeah.
But it would be great if you did move the camera issue up.
Well, I actually think alternatively, let's just hear from people now, especially if the comments are going to be much broader than just about the cameras. So we'll just hear them during.
This doesn't count for my first.
I understand.
Oh, no, no problem.
Ian, just as far as process goes, how much will we be responding to public comment?
Not very much now. It would be during D probably.
Mhm.
Yeah. So that would be the other element of it.
I would just rather move it to first item in new business.
Adam,
and
are you
take care of it all then?
good with? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. In that case, board, I would suggest that we move agenda item D up
Could
to.
we move it to B? Because Sue was gonna be here for the ordinance.
And that's it?
And then the FEMA grant. And then she could bounce. And those are just informational, really.
Sure. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So let's move it. Can we, board members, are you unanimously in agreement that we move this Brattleboro Transportation Center and other downtown camera option discussion to new business item B?
Right after FEMA and before BDCC.
Correct.
Sure. Ian, does this need to be a motion?
No.
Okay, great.
Cool. Okay. In that case, all right. So for people who want to speak about downtown, we're going to have that at item B. So if there's other things that people want to discuss at this time that aren't on the agenda, I heard maybe there was somebody in the community that did.
I can go downtown in general. It's not the parking.
Okay. Yes, please. If you want to come stand up, say your name for the record.
I'm Jessica Cole. I live in West Brattleboro over in Pleasant Valley, and I'm with Vermont Country Deli.
Yep.
We're not a downtown business, so I guess I should speak now, but we're seeing the same issues.
Okay.
We've been broken into multiple times. I'm tired. There's young kids in our store. I have young kids, and there's addicts coming in and making my staff uncomfortable. It's just, we're seeing the same thing, not downtown.
Yeah. And Jessica, I just want to say, if you want to stay, you can bring that up again during item B now. Yeah. And Daniel?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say, like, we serve the whole of Brattleboro, not just downtown. And, you know, I mean, I got an email just this afternoon from a business that is not a downtown business. We get, you know, concerns from people all over town. So I don't think this is a just downtown question.
We've definitely seen an uptick, even in like the little thefts of stealing our tip jar. I mean, and Humane Society jar. It's
Yeah.
getting out of hand.
Thank you. Anyone on Zoom have a hand up? Yes.
Yes. This is
Who we got first?
Bruce.
Ruth.
Bruce.
Ooh.
Hello,
Oh.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, Bruce. Can you state your name and where you're from for the record?
My name is Bruce Clausen. I live in West Brattleboro and I'm a director with the Brattleboro Common Sense. And I think this is very pertinent. The housing crisis. We've seemed to group a lot of these criminals in certain places and hotels, and they're paying $6,000 a month for these people. But BCS has two noteworthy projects to address the housing crisis. We're offering emergency housing in RVs and working out rules so that people can rent out space for RVs on private land in town. Property owners can donate space or get extra income. Brattleboro officials need 500 rental units. That's your official number. And Vermont has plans for big housing construction projects and for new ways to pay for them. But big construction projects takes years, as we all know, 3, 4, 5 years. They will be of no help to homeless people this winter. And I believe the crime is based on grouping all these people who are doing the drugs, but it's not of any help to people move here. Big construction projects are short-sighted. EHRV is a good, simple plan. RVs can be complete, separate rental units, or they can be linked to a bedroom. Creating one can be as quick as buying a car. BCS first RV will arrive Tuesday. It's as cool as a baby elephant, deserves a name. The computer professional is ready to move into the Brattleboro economy and stay in this RV. Another enterprising old gentleman is ready to move out of the Econo Lodge and into another RV on BCS land, saving the state most of the $6,000 a month that the state is paying. We also are starting a petition drive for fair eviction and rent laws to prevent unfair evictions and to limit rent increases. We submitted this proposal to the Select Board in December of 2020. Now we ask the Select Board to recognize the housing emergency and place the proposal on the ballot for public vote as soon as we can. It's emergency. You stated that we need 500 units. We also asked the board to enact it as an emergency ordinance while our reps, get approval in the legislature. And I think it's like being in jail, being in one of those public homes where you're next to each other. You know, the doors don't slam and lock. Maybe they should, but I believe in cameras too.
Okay.
You know, and you're in a public place. You can buy a trail cam for $25.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm off subject now, but thanks anyway. Thanks for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Bruce.
Hi and bye. I'm
Yes, Dick.
And I was gonna ask.
Are they not muted, maybe?
Dick DeGray, district, whatever, it is, because it changed.
Brattleboro.
A couple of questions for you because.
Still actually the same district.
Okay, good. A couple of questions. I haven't had an update, or the town hasn't had an update on the select board search. Can you give us a idea of where we are?
Select
with
board
that?
search?
I mean, the town manager, excuse me.
There is an update coming very soon.
There you go. What is that? Next week, the week after?
Soon.
We actually,
Is that, I
Is
can't,
that
I
like-
can't give you an exact time, but, yes, soon.
we don't.
The,
but
the
we're
other,
making good-
the other question I have is for Patrick. The red bus on Elm Street, you did a heck of a job finally getting the place cleaned up. That vehicle is still there. It is now inhabited again with people going in and out. What's the real story?
Would you like to respond?
Oh, yes.
So you're fairly well informed, Dick. We did have the opportunity to clean up Elm Street. Eliminating the vehicle has proven to be a little more difficult than any of us would like. Do you happen to know, is it still there right now?
It is, and there are people going in and out of the back of it.
Yeah. I can tell you we have a team of people working on getting that truck removed. If it didn't happen today, it might happen tomorrow. But I can say we're working in that direction actively.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see a couple more hands on. I see, is it
Ally.
Ally? Ally, welcome. State your name and where you're from for the record, please.
Hi, my name's Allison Padegas. I am from Brattleboro. I'm the owner of the Void. So I wanted to comment on the fact that it's not just about the parking garage, but there is issues with drug dealing on the corners of the streets on Main Street, that it's not just to the parking garage. There's people with open containers all over town drinking in public. We've been broken into multiple times in this town, and the police response is absolutely terrible. There's no police presence between certain hours of the morning. So we're pretty much out there fending for ourselves as owners when no one can do anything. It feels like we're defenseless. I feel like we don't feel welcome in this town anymore, that it's kind of, we're left to our own doing, and it's not good when our customers are telling us they're not comfortable coming here anymore. That's really all I had to say. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Allison, and we'll continue that discussion on item B. Anyone else in the public here? Don't see any hands, so I'm going to keep on Zoom then.
Wyndham Flowers.
Wyndham Flowers. Wyndham Flowers, I'm going to also remind you, we're going to talk on this on item B, but if you've got something you think is not relevant or should be brought up now, please go ahead. Have you sent them a
Couple of times.
Okay. We'll see if they respond. Let's move on to.
Oh, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Hello.
Hi there. My name is Sally Winchester.
Hi, Sally.
And hi there. I'm the owner of Wyndham Flowers in Main Street down next to the Chamber of Commerce, who is my landlord. And we've been broken into 5 times in the past 7 weeks.
Wow.
And we've spent over, well, just about $3,000 trying to equip ourselves with some kind of alarm and protection stuff. But like, they smashed a window and we lost a lot of plants because of the cold that came in, and there's now shards of glass in all the house plants, so we have to go through them. This is just, I guess I just want to make sure that everybody knows what's happening on Main Street. And it's 17 years I've been in charge of Wyndham Flowers. It's been on Main Street almost 32, I think. Not aware of any other break-ins. We don't get shoplifters, but you know, again, I'm just trying to reiterate, as a merchant, I feel really vulnerable. I'm worried about my employees. And even if my fancy, you know, alarm goes off, it takes 27 minutes for the cops to get there. So it's just open season on Main Street. And I wish I could help. I wish that I don't blame the police. I don't blame anybody. I just think awareness is the first step. So I'll plan to listen to the rest.
Okay. Thank you very much, Sally, for that contribution.
Kurt Dimes.
Yep. Kurt, welcome.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Can you hear us?
Can you all hear me?
Yeah, you're breaking up quite a bit though, Kurt. Can you maybe try to move your
Can you-
computer?
Want to talk? Hear me?
Let's ask him to turn off his camera.
Yeah, Kurt, if you want to turn your camera off, that usually helps.
All right.
I think it's frozen.
Yeah, okay. So we're gonna move on, but if Kurt is able to, we'll stop for a minute to hear from him. Okay. So I don't see any other hands right now.
Just make sure.
Oh, yes, sorry.
I'm Connie Burton and I own Burton Car Wash up on Putney Road. And I'm not really here speaking of problems with my business because I feel very fortunate we haven't had a break-in or any adverse event. We do see a lot of drug dealing in our parking lot near the vacuums. It's sort of just a convenient place because there's always cars coming and going at the vacuums. And so it's very easy for drug dealers to make contact there. But it hasn't been a major problem for us. But I'm here more as a representative from the Chamber of Commerce. I'm on the board there. And I just want to confirm what Sally was talking about because she's a tenant of the chamber. And so we're very aware of what has happened to her. We also the chamber itself has not been broken into, but we are considering putting in a camera system just the same, just as a preventive measure. At our last board meeting in mid-October, we had Chief Hardy come to she came by Zoom. And I think she has a lot of great ideas that if implemented, could really help the situation. It really needs to be, I think, a whole culture change in what is deemed admissible on our streets. I think we have a lot of people who feel that, these people, it's important to help them, but sometimes they don't recognize the consequences of their open-hearted helpfulness. It just seems to bring more and more of this element to town. And one of the things that Chief Hardy and our group discussed was making this issue more aware and getting groups of people talking about it. And obviously, if groups of people are talking about it, more and more ideas will come forward as to things we can do, and you get a much larger base. We really can't just depend upon the police department. The problem is too widespread now, I think, for the police to be able to handle it by themselves. I really do think that they are doing what they can and that they're not shirking their duties whatsoever. But really, the whole community needs to come together, and we have to just know. We have to let the police force know that we support them in what they do. Chief Hardy was talking about somebody, I'm not quite sure what the infraction was, whether it was a drug sale or not, but he was picked up. And just a few hours later, she was downtown and he came up to her and taunted her that he was back on the streets again. That just is absolutely inadmissible. We can't allow that kind of behavior to happen. And I think the more of us who get involved with this whole project, the more effective we can be, just to let people know on the streets, if you're coming to Brattleboro, you're not going to be allowed to do these things.
Okay, thank you very much, Connie.
Kurt is back.
All right, Kurt, we're going to give you another shot.
Maybe you want to call on me last, because it seems like everybody wants to talk about the crime. I can come later,
We got you right now.
All right. I just wanted to thank the people in town for working on the new policies for emergency housing in RVs. The people in the Planning Commission and Development Review Board and at Groundworks and at anyway, there's a lot of people are doing it, and we want to show our thanks for helping develop these new policies, so that, as Bruce said, we don't have to centralize our care for the people who don't have housing, because that's part of the problem, that a lot of the people with problems that aren't so good at following the law are being packed together in the at the Econo Lodge and other places. And being together, it's like, it's like old times, and they tend to work together. They deserve care, they deserve help, but it'd be better if they were decentralized by housing them in these small emergency vehicles, recreation vehicles on lots scattered around town. That'd be a lot safer for the community that way. And we got it going, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Kurt. All right, seeing no more hands on Zoom, and I don't see anybody else right now, hands up. So in that case, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. Patrick, you want to speak to it briefly?
Sure. So on the consent agenda this evening is just one item, and it relates to the declaration of inclusion that the board adopted on September 20th of this year. There's been a couple of word changes provided by members of the public to members of the board, and they include adding the term sexual orientation and the—
Did I do a lousy job or what?
Oh, we have,
but I didn't mention BCS.
Yeah, we should probably mute him.
Let me mute Kurt.
So the proposal in the consent agenda is to add the term sexual orientation and to also add the term gender expression. So if you are in favor of adding those two terms to the declaration of inclusion, you need only adopt the consent agenda.
All right, board members, anybody want to pull it?
Nope.
Liz? All right, I see a hand from Liz.
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Liz has made a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Carries 5-0. Thank you very much, Liz. We move on to agenda item 8, unfinished business A, the Brattleboro Code of Ordinances, Chapter 4, proposed changes, second reading and a possible adoption. I believe Sue Fillion's going to join us. Sue, welcome.
Hi. So I'm here to ask that you conduct a second reading and, if appropriate, to adopt the proposed changes to Brattleboro Code of Ordinances, Chapter 4, bicycles. This is something we had a first reading, I think, back in September. The intent of the changes, it was really kind of led by Alice Sharks from Brattleboro Coalition of Active Transportation, who does a lot of training on bicycle safety in the community and in the schools. She pointed out to Chief Hardy that our ordinances were, out of line with recent changes to state ordinances over the years, or state law over the years. And so they kind of worked to put these together. We haven't updated these ordinances in like 7 years, and there's been changes. Actually, it was more than 20 years, not 7 years. The state statute changes were about 7 years ago. The proposed changes will eliminate the need to register bicycles. It's been on the books, but almost nobody does it. And it's just an outdated thing. It also removes some other outdated language, such as prohibitions of riding on handlebars or riding even tandem or riding on a crossbar. Those are all consistent with state law. They don't appear in state law. The proposed language also updates how hand signals are used to make them more consistent with state statute, and change, some of the requirements on what the distance that front and rear lamps need to be visible on bikes. So it has been reviewed by the Police Department Patrol Division. It's also been reviewed and supported by Traffic Safety Committee. And actually, it was October 11th was the first reading of this ordinance. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Great. Sue, thank you very much for that presentation. The careful viewer at home will recall that we actually had this on the agenda last meeting but there was a potential error in the backup material that we were concerned may have impacted the second reading. And so we pushed it off to ensure that we were doing it correctly. So board members, we had some pretty lengthy discussion on this the first reading. I'm not sure if there's any additional questions or comments you had now.
No, nothing's really changed, and we kind of talked it out last time.
Yep.
Back in October.
True. But we are blessed with a big crowd tonight, so
Yeah.
maybe anybody else wants to speak to it, and I don't see any hands right now. And I don't see any on Zoom either. Oh, Liz.
I just would like to say, as a select board representative to the Traffic Safety Committee, that I commend these changes and especially thank Alice for her careful deliberation and having our town's rules coincide with state law is an important function. And again, I'm fully supportive.
Excellent. Thank you, Liz, and I echo that. Thanks. Daniel?
Yeah, when we talked about this the first time, I mentioned that the police department had a supply, or so I thought, of lights and reflective material. And Patrick, you looked into that briefly. Did you learn anything about it?
I don't have an answer for you at this time.
Okay, so what I suggested at the time was had the department's supply of lights and reflective material, materialized, which I believe there was some, and I was there not that long ago, that rather than those things remaining in the police department, that they go into vehicles and out into the world. And so for bicyclists who are riding bicycles without lights, our first instance should be to help them acquire lights. And look, we have free ones right here, rather than issue a fine right away. And so I hope that that's what we'll try and do.
I will ensure that we're working in that direction.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you, Daniel. Any other comments, board? Seeing none, I don't think we have. Oh, we do. So I would look for a possible motion. Tim?
I'll make a motion to adopt the ordinance changes for Chapter 4, Bicycles, Article 1, General, and Article 2, Operation in the Brattleboro Code of Ordinances.
Tim has made a motion to adopt the ordinance changes for Chapter 4, Bicycles, Article 1, General, and Article 2, Operation in the Brattleboro Code of Ordinances. Board members, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That carries 5-0. Sue, thank you very much. I think you're going to stay up here with us.
I am.
We're going to move on to agenda item 9A under new business, the FEMA grant for 250 Birge Street floodplain restoration. Pass it to you, Sue.
Thank you. So I'm here to ask you to accept and appropriate a grant from FEMA, the FEMA Hazard Mitigation Grant Program for the floodplain restoration at 250 Birge Street. This is a project that we've been working on with the Vermont River Conservancy. And early last summer, I came before you to ask if we could be the grant applicant. It's a grant that all along Vermont River Conservancy is the property owner. And they were under the impression that they were going to be able to be the grant applicant. And it turned out last minute that wasn't the case. So they came to the town, and actually Vermont Emergency Management came to the town and asked if we'd be interested. So we did have the approval of the select board to apply for this grant, and lo and behold, we are receiving it. And I just kind of want to reiterate that this is a really, really important floodplain restoration project. It was identified by federal and state partners after Tropical Storm Irene. It has significant flood storage capacity, and it's kind of the only property that can do that on the edge of downtown. And you may recall in Irene, downtown got hit pretty hard. So this could help ease in certain situations. Again, there's a lot of federal, state, and the town has been very supportive of this as well. It was in our brownfields program. And we're, what we've been working on, previous select boards had agreed that, when this project is done, Vermont River Conservancy is probably going to turn it over to the town. So that's kind of the direction that we've been moving in. But they did want to ensure that the floodplain restoration project took place under their ownership. The grant, and this is an error in your backup, the actual amount of the grant is $838,840.56. So this project is over $1 million. The share that FEMA is offering, or VEM is offering to the town, is $838,000. It's so confusing. $838,840.56. There is a 25% requirement that a local match, and we are really lucky that Vermont Emergency Management is taking on that entire 25% match. So there is no cost to the town for this. Obviously, we'll be managing the grant and we'll have obligations with that, but we actually can charge our management costs to the grant as well. So it's a great opportunity for the town. The FEMA money actually goes to Vermont Emergency Management, and we will have a sub-grant agreement with Vermont Emergency Management. So we are the sub-grantee. Work is expected to, we need the grant agreement in place, and then we can do procurement. We're really working on a timeline of permitting through the winter and early spring, construction in the summer of 2023. And I do have kind of a site overview of what Vermont River Conservancy had been working on with some input from staff, and I think a couple of the Planning Commission, the Conservation Commission have looked at it over the years. So I'm happy to share that. When we get the grant money, there'll actually be some more formal outreach, but I could pop it up on the screen if you were interested in seeing it. It is a plan for passive recreation. There's some walking trails, some maybe access to the river for fishing. There is an accessible trail that will be part of it, but it is passive recreation. There can be a kiosk. There's a little parking area.
Sue, I think it would be nice to pop it up on the screen for a moment.
Okay.
Did you have more?
Nope, that's all I had. So I'm happy to take
Not
questions.
that wasn't plenty and sufficient. And just sort of a look under the hood for the agenda setting committee. This is a type of item that sometimes we would put on the consent agenda, but we thought that this was very exciting. It's not only great floodplain restoration for an issue that's very serious to Brattleboro, but it's also creating new green space accessible to the public. And that's something that we want to celebrate the work of the planning department and of municipal staff, and also put that word out into the world, because that's the kind of thing that we can get excited about.
Sue, are you able to zoom in just a touch?
I am. Yeah, that's what I was trying to do. I'm like, can you see? Hold on, it's running a little slow. Can you see that better?
Yes.
It's
Okay.
actually, yeah, we can see it pretty well here.
Okay.
I remember touring this site quite a while ago, but
Yeah.
it's great to see it coming along. Yeah.
Yeah, Sue.
Yeah, I didn't know if you wanted me to just give a really quick orientation to the site in case the
Please.
public is curious. So it's actually down on the Whetstone Brook. It's accessed by Birge Street. So Birge Street going down to the Whetstone Brook. It's kind of best viewed if you're on William Street and you look across the brook. And so you would enter the site from Birge Street. There's a little parking area and you'll see different pathways. The way the project is going to work is there's going to be several cuts. The further west you are, the lower it's going to be. There are some town utilities kind of near the parking area, a water line, and I think maybe the sewer line, I can't recall, that need to be protected. So they're not going to be overly excavated in that area to create the floodplain storage. And another key part about this is there are some archaeological artifacts that were found on site. And so there are going to be some areas that they won't be able to disturb because of that. There was both pre-contact, which would be indigenous artifacts. And then there's also some early industrialization kind of artifacts as well. And there will be a plan in place. So as they're doing the work, if they come across these things, they'll be documented. And then there'll also be some signage, historical signage that Vermont River Conservancy will add to the site.
Excellent. Board members, questions, comments?
Just such a it's a great project. I mean, it adds resiliency to Brattleboro, while also adding green space, right? Yeah, right downtown, pretty much. So, pretty neat.
Liz.
Yeah, Liz.
I just wanted to echo the positive comments that have been made. And, you know, I remember when I was a planning board member, we had, you know, these field visits, and it's great to see that Sue has, you know, tackled every impediment that's come up, you know, archaeology and wetlands and various permitting issues. And, you know, can there be pathways and can there be parking, and all the while, you know, maintaining coordination with the nonprofit partner. And it's really just, you know, people wonder why these things take so long, but they do take many years, and you really have to be steadfast, as Sue has been in the planning department, to see it to fruition. And I'm really happy to see this, and I applaud them. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Any other board members before I open to the public? I think it's some. Okay. Let's just drop Sue, if you don't mind dropping the map now so I can just see hands. Anyone from the public wish to speak here? Don't see any hands. And I don't see any hands on Zoom. So Sue, we got one question from Tom Mesikowski, and as is our want, we want to try to make sure everyone's voice is heard, and he was unable to make it to the select board meeting tonight. So he had a question that he wanted to have posed. I'm just going to paraphrase it. Basically, he sees that the project has one planned access to the parcel from Birge Street. And he's wondering if there is any way that we could advocate for additional access points. He submitted a little map that included an access point from William Street, from Chestnut Street, and from Etsy Street. We'll make sure that that is forwarded to you. Did I mispronounce it?
You said Etsy.
Oh,
no,
Etsy Street. Oh boy, am I showing that I didn't grow up in Brattleboro? Oh, good, I remember it. Okay, so it was in Vermont. So the question is, could we have any influence on this process at this point to advocate for additional access points? And I pose that to you too.
It's a good question, and it's something that we've run into over the years. So access to Chestnut Street and to and Esty, it's really, really steep. It's just going to be cost prohibitive. It's not, you know, and I think probably challenging permitting wise. We did seriously have conversations and desires in very early charrette kind of planning stages, where we really wanted at least a pedestrian bridge over William Street to kind of connect to the neighborhoods over there. And we had a lot of serious pushback from the Department of Environmental Conservation. This is a floodplain restoration project. And that is their primary purpose, the state's primary purpose. You know, we're lucky to get these other passive recreation benefits, because I've been out on site and there's people that take their dogs out there and they're walking, and it, you know, can be quite pleasant. We had to push so that it wasn't just, you know, a bunch of plantings down on the riverbank and that's it. So at this point, I mean, we can have those conversations again about a pedestrian bridge. I don't think, you know, but we can look into whether it could even be a vehicle bridge. But at the time, it was not something DEC was willing to entertain.
Okay. No, I think that addresses it. Thank you very much. Any other comments? I don't see any more hands. All right, board. I think in that case, I would look for a proposed motion.
I got it because I wrote down the number.
I also did. Yeah, please.
I know you did, but you never get to make the motion. Let's see, I move to accept and appropriate a grant of $838,840.56 from the FEMA Hazard Mitigation Program for the 250 Birge Street Flood Restoration Project.
Daniel has made a motion to accept and appropriate the grant of $838,840.56 from the FEMA Hazard Mitigation Program for the 250 Birge Street. Did I get that one right?
Yeah.
Flood Restoration Project. Board members, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 That carries 5-0. Sue, thank you again very much. Really exciting.
Thank you.
All right. So we're going to move on to agenda item, new business 9B, which is now going to be the Brattleboro Transportation Center and other downtown camera options discussion, because we just modified it a little earlier in the meeting. And I appreciate everyone's patience with that. Okay, I'm going to start really quickly to, I think we'll hear from Patrick on a brief presentation on just what's before the board with the camera option. Board members, and we can have a little bit of discussion there. Then I know we have a lot of public participation to discuss the downtown community safety in Brattleboro, which is all branching. All of those issues are why we're discussing cameras. So I find it myself to be relevant. And then I think we can come back together, and my hope is to have a productive conversation and hopefully leave with some solid proposed ideas for the municipal staff to consider for the transportation center, including cameras. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Patrick.
Thank you, Ian.
Yeah.
So I'd like to start by just stating what I opened in the memo that was included in the board's backup. I apologize for what feels to me like a little bit of absence of detail in the memo. I have to admit that the production of the fiscal 24 general fund budget and capital program has been somewhat all-consuming in our office for the last couple of weeks. But despite the fact that what I would consider this memo to be a little light on detail, I don't think that should stop the board from providing some direction to staff on how to move forward. What I can tell you about the camera system at the Brattleboro Transportation Center is that, as we all know, the Transportation Center is just about 20 years old. And the camera was part of the original construction project that took place then. In the life of video surveillance, 20 years is millenniums of time. And the system that was installed at that time, consistent with the overall build quality of that building, I would say, is rather low. So it wasn't a particularly solid system to begin with. It's now 20 years on. It breaks frequently. It's subject to vandalism. I think, to put it as completely as possible, it's time to quit repairing the system and go to an altogether replacement. The system is largely not used by parking enforcement. They don't have any particular need for it. It is used, or has been used over the years, by the Brattleboro Police Department. It used to be more helpful, particularly with property crimes that exist at the transportation center. But it used to be valued for helping to ID individuals. Today, the grainy, distant, poor quality video is of such. It's so poor quality, it's just not considered useful by the police department. So they are wholly supportive of replacing the system. And I would agree. I think it's time to replace the system. I spent some time with Steve Horton, a gentleman I think a lot of people who have been attending select board meetings will have heard of. He's the person who helped us put together the police and fire facility project. He's toured the Brattleboro Transportation Center extensively. He's very familiar with it. It's manner of construction. And he's also done numerous projects over the last 40 years, many of which have included video surveillance. We had a conversation and toured the facility. He gave an indication to me that he thinks about $70,000 would be sufficient to build a whole new system and one that was really what he described as more bulletproof, one that is not going to be easily undermined. And so all I need to know from you folks is that you're interested in having that replaced, and we can proceed with a public bidding process and come back to you, as soon as we're able to, with some options for you to consider. It might be 70, it could be a little less, it could be a little more. I don't think that's really altogether important at this moment in time. I think we've got a camera system that needs to be replaced, and let's find out what it's going to take to do that. So if the board was inclined to indicate their interest in that, that would be plenty for staff. There is one additional detail. The board is able to move on this easily and without waiting for, for example, representative town meeting to approve the budget, because the parking structure is a parking fund asset, and the budget for the parking fund is controlled entirely by the select board. So you are free to move on this when and as you see fit. The board will also recall that you recently this year made the parking fund whole for several years of losses that occurred largely due to the pandemic. And so the parking fund is, I wouldn't say flush, but it's got more than enough money to be able to afford replacing the system. And we could proceed with that, right away. The second element, and this one's a little bit more complicated, but it's something staff would like some feedback on. Steve and I took a little tour around town, and after meeting with the police department to talk about cameras kind of outside of the transportation center, we had a conversation, and the police agreed that if we were inclined to move forward with sort of downtown cameras, that probably the ideal locations for this would be at the intersections, right? At Main and Flat, at Main and Elliott, and at Main and High. In talking with Steve, it's his position that each of those locations could be serviced, and that each location would cost around $25,000. A little more expensive because it's a little easier in the transportation center where you own the whole building. We've got to work in we're in the public space, but it's obvious, it's more complicated to get power and communications and a proper location in that congested area. So if the board was inclined to want to see what those locations would look like with a camera system, we could proceed with that. I don't think it would fall as a parking fund asset. So that might have to be something that the board considers choosing to add to the budget, or taking some other means. But the parking fund could easily move forward with a camera replacement if the board was so inclined.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Patrick. I asked that Lieutenant Evans be available to answer questions from the select board and the public this evening. Chief Hardy is unavailable. If you don't mind joining us, thank you very much. So board, if you want to take some, unless you had anything you want to speak to immediately on that after hearing Patrick.
No, sir.
Okay. In that case, we don't have some initial discussion, board, and I can open up to community members as well. Yeah. Liz, I see your hand first.
Thank you, Ian. Well, I guess I would like some overall commentary from Officer Evans, but my overall impression is that I would like to see, as some of our members of the public brought up, that the cameras be part of a set of recommendations that can provide security and safety and reduce crime at the transportation center. And I get the feeling that we've kind of popped this task in isolation, and I'd like to see a more comprehensive security review, and whether that would be from the police department experts, or maybe the police have a security expert that they would like to recommend. I just I want more than what's being presented tonight. I want a more holistic view of what are the ways for us to combat the crime at the transportation center with cameras. And so I'm in favor of this motion, but I want more. And I want an expert review to help us make this decision.
Thank you, Liz. Was there a question to Lieutenant Evans on there?
Well, I would just like to see what Lieutenant Evans' thoughts are on the cameras issue and whether he feels that the department could provide value to the town by furthering the discussion with maybe a set of items in addition to the cameras.
As far as the cameras go, I think I look at it similar to what Patrick was saying. It's kind of two parts. Definitely replacing the parking garage cameras is one part that I think is very useful and needs to be done. We have used that extensively in the past. We've used it less frequently now as the cameras have gotten older and the quality of them is very poor, to say the least. But we have used those in the past for both property crimes and personal crimes that have occurred in the parking garage or on the Flat Street area, and also for different things such as having officers hang out in the parking garage at the office where the cameras can be viewed and be able to interdict crime that occurs when they see it. We haven't had the opportunity to do that lately due to both the staffing levels that we have and just the quality that we're seeing from the cameras now. It makes it very difficult to get anything useful from it. A better system would be really great, and a proper quality system would allow us to be able to view that not just from the parking office. So we'd be able to view that like on the mobile data terminals in the car or from the office or at dispatch. I've toured other dispatch facilities where they have those, access to those cameras in their facility so they can see those things and deploy officers as needed. So things like that would be what I would want to look at.
Thank you.
And are there, well, I just want to continue that. Are there other elements besides cameras that you would recommend to combat the issues at the transportation center?
I definitely I think the town, like you said, can look at a more holistic view of public safety at the transportation center and not just rely solely on policing. Definitely think that is part of it, without a doubt. I don't want to avoid that discussion, but looking at things that make it more comfortable for people to be there and more uncomfortable for people that shouldn't be there. Better lighting, being more spending more time with the cleaning, making sure things aren't broken, make really strong upkeep for the facility. Not saying that the crew we have doesn't do upkeep on the facility, but really wanting to maybe spend some more time on that, maybe put some more money into making sure that facility stays bright, clean, clear. If we have town employees there actually doing that, then we have a presence in the parking garage from the town, which could also be helpful with the perception down there.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant. Jess, did you have your hand? Or no?
I was gonna say some of the things that you just said. But yeah, a couple of the things that I think cameras, especially in this memo, it acknowledges that the current camera system is a tape-based system. I think it is high time that we took care of that as a tool for folks to use. Cameras aren't necessarily the best deterrent, but they will help with discovering who's committing crimes and taking care of that business. But I agree that both increased investment by the town in maintenance of the space has got to be a priority on this list, and lighting, improving the lighting system and potentially painting the interior of the parking garage so that it's brighter and cleaner looking. Yeah, those are the three things that I wanted to just bring up and add. Because I think that, you know, while cameras are important, they've got to be part of a bigger picture. And if we start by focusing on, I think Renee said it last meeting, if we focus on the facilities, that's something that we're responsible for, and we take care of this space and the shape of the space, that is a good first step. While we consider, you know, substation or staffing or policing down there.
Okay, thank you, Jess. The board members' thoughts? Yeah, Tim.
Yeah, thank you. And it's Lieutenant, right?
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant Evans sort of answered one of my questions, which was how previously were the cameras being used? Were they being watched live at certain points or not at all? But it sounds like that's not really tenable right now with the condition. So I'm totally in favor of upgrading a 20-year-old video system, which I'm pretty familiar with video. So that's no one shoots in 20-year-old video cameras anymore. But I am curious if there would be staff support as we sit right now with our staffing challenges. Could there be staff support for a portion of times live viewing these things? Or do you think that would be mainly hit and miss for the near future?
Do you mean having someone dedicated to watch it?
Well, certainly that doesn't feel, you know, feasible right now, but what's your, you know, near future idea about how they could be utilized in a more live basis? That's, I'm trying to tease out the difference between going to the cameras when we know a crime has occurred, which is useful, but it's certainly not prevention. And, you know, pushing towards being a little preventative by having the cameras there and being a deterrent. So just wanted to see your comment on that.
Sure. I think the way that we can use video now as opposed to 20 years ago, everyone, I think probably can understand the differences that we have now, but the opportunity for our personnel to view the video, I don't think the town wants to look at funding a new position for someone to watch the cameras. But having the availability for those cameras to now be seen at the station or in the cruisers will gives us that ability. So dispatch can have those cameras up on monitors in the station to be at least giving some cursory views to them during the day. And then the officers, when they're working, when they're deployed, because they don't sit at the police station when they're deployed, they're out on the road deployed in their cars. That's why we spend so much on getting the cruisers set up for them properly, so they have the equipment in the car so they can work from it. Being able to watch those from their cruisers would be perfect. That would be fantastic.
Great. And if you don't mind, just to follow up, of course. And I think I'm probably going to blindside you a little bit, but I think you can handle it. As far as upping the amount of police, you know, on foot time that we could have walk through that parking garage, is there any room, in your opinion, having not the chief in front of us, obviously, so I wouldn't hold you to it, but do you think there's a little room for increasing foot presence in the garage itself?
I don't want to commit
No,
to saying
I'm not
that we will
asking you
be able to do that. I can tell you that it's something we're trying to look at and address and see if we can manipulate our coverage in ways that would allow us to do that more frequently. It is difficult. I know, like, we beat the drum on the staffing thing and not many people want to hear it, and I can't complain. Like, I understand that. It does create a lot of difficulties for us with that when we're looking at proper deployment for our personnel for the whole town. And not just looking at covering town, but looking at the types of crimes that are occurring and being able to properly address those and what resources we need to deploy to address those crimes. And that can get difficult the thinner we get on staff. but it is something we are looking at and consciously want to address. Yes. If that, works.
Yes. Liz, I see you. Patrick, yes.
Yeah, I want to say, Lieutenant, I think that was an excellent answer to a difficult question. But there is at least some general room for hope, right? As the department is increasing its staffing numbers, the availability to do such things will increase. We did just have 2 officers finish their field training and are now able to patrol independently. I think that's a good thing. We have another officer in the academy, I believe. And for anybody who's out there interested in a career change, we are hiring. So, just want to point those things out.
Liz.
Thank you.
I just wanted to point out that the first thing that happened on my police ride along was we went to the transportation center. And I think it's kind of a misnomer to think that you need to have a foot patrol, because essentially the police car serves as the police officer's office. And, it can be adequately patrolled in the police vehicle. And I think it's probably a better solution. But of course, I leave these decisions up to the chief. I just wanted to, maybe people shouldn't hang their hat on foot patrol, because the police car is a valuable asset.
Yeah, Daniel.
Yeah, just kind of bringing it back to the camera system in the transportation center. So I think absolutely this is a system that is not functioning as it's supposed to. It should just get taken care of. So I fully support that. I'm kind of curious about the legality. Well, first of all, I'm curious about the purpose of viewing the cameras, right? Is it information gathering, or is it evidence gathering? And can viewing those cameras remotely, is that admissible in court as evidence of, observing somebody in a crime? Is it admissible if you're viewing after the fact? I'm not a lawyer, so curious to hear thoughts on that.
I'm not a lawyer either.
I know.
I can speak to, obviously we collect a lot of video, especially related to property crimes, trespassing or retail theft are big ones that we get a lot of video for. And that's all discoverable and is allowed in court. We've had many cases where we've in the parking garage where officers have been in the parking office, watched crimes occur, and then gone and made arrests from it. So that's completely legit. That's we watched it happen because we did watch it happen. And we go obviously download that video and have that as evidence.
Yeah.
In the cars, that would be the same thing. Just it's the way you can do those things nowadays that you couldn't do 20 years ago without running a line behind your car as you drove down the street. So now you can have that in your car and be able to watch it. So it saves you from having to have someone park at the office and get out of their car and go sit there. They can be in their cruiser. They don't have to be right there. They could be down the street. They could be on the other end of town if they need to be. If we got a complaint, say at the parking garage, and someone was in a different end of town, they could pull up the camera on their MDT in the car and view it. As far as I think to address what you were saying about sitting there watching it for surveillance purposes, I guess it's a possibility. It's not something that we've really done in the past. We don't have a lot of time to do that, to be honest. So it'd be more addressing things that were occurring.
And so it would be responding to a complaint being made about activity in that area, right?
That would be the vast majority of it, I think.
Yeah.
Safe to say, yes.
Fair. And then Patrick, I heard some murmurings earlier, we invested in improving the lighting system in the parking garage over the last few years. You have recollections of how much we invested in this structure? It was in the
I think it was about 4 years ago, if I had to guess. It was Brandy Starr was chair. I think you were on the board. how much did we invest? I'd have to double check. I think it was something on the order of 35 or 40,000.
Yeah.
I believe. But I could confirm.
Yeah. I mean, I think, what that kind of says to me, and I recall a lot of this conversation, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, some of these themes that kind of ebb and flow, right? And we're in a really tough time right now. And, your all being here is kind of one piece of evidence of that. It's not the only piece of evidence. There are a lot of people really struggling in this town right now. And so, I hope that we will take action that is appropriate for the scale of the challenge. And I hope that we can work together as much as possible to do that.
Yeah. All right. If there isn't any more initial board discussion, I'd love to open up to the public. I'm just going to end with saying, or not end, but I didn't really speak at all to this. Just basically the municipal center or the transportation center is a municipal building. It's our responsibility. I don't think that what's happening there currently is acceptable. I think I'm in support of cameras. I don't believe that I or the board have all the solutions to solve this issue right at this moment. But I also don't accept just the answer of staffing and whether crimes are prosecuted as the only answer. So I really believe, as an optimist, that this board can provide some solutions that may at least help to change the culture and the nature of the transportation center. I think it starts with cameras. It looks at cleaning and it looks at lighting. It looks at staffing of non-police presence in the transportation center. And it also has to look at whether and how we fill those vacant spaces on the first floor. So specifically, I'd like to have in the FY24 budget discussion, additional staffing for maintenance and cleaning. I think, Patrick, you can speak to exactly what that staffing is right now, but my understanding is it's not full-time staff. So I'd like to know how much that would look like. And with the understanding that if we respect the space and the town puts energy and money into making that space more respectable, then hopefully other people will respect it too.
I think that's a great idea.
And so those are some of the initial feelings that I have, but I am also excited to hear from the public and hear if there are other thoughts that people have, and also hear about their experiences. And we can continue to discuss this after we have some public participation. So with that, I'm going to try to get somebody who hasn't spoken. Yes, if you want to just stand up.
Thank you. Can folks hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll speak quickly. My name is Thomas. I live in Marlboro. I'm not a business owner. I work in an office downtown. I'm a bus commuter, so I spend a lot of time at the transportation center. I know that one of the goals for Select Board this year is to view all decisions through an equity lens, asking the question, who benefits from this decision and who is harmed? I don't think this should be any exception. You've heard a lot about who benefits from cameras or an increased police presence downtown. Business owners have spoken to break-ins and certainly can speak to that more than I can, as can Lieutenant Evans. So I'll be contrary in the small minority, but I need to speak to my conscience about who is harmed. So the ACLU, and this is available online in more detail, outlines 4 major problems with video surveillance. The first being that it's not been proven to be effective. There's pretty mixed research on the efficacy of this in prevention and resolution of crime. Some studies report that it simply has the effect of crime displacement, moving the crime elsewhere. So there's not strong evidence to indicate in areas where surveillance systems have been extensively utilized, such as in a lot of in the United Kingdom. There's not strong evidence to indicate that they reduce crime or the fear of crime overall, especially relative to their costs. Surveillance cameras are susceptible to abuse, institutional abuse, discriminatory targeting, and voyeurism are among some expert concerns. There are limited controls and regulations around security cameras, how data is stored and used, around the technological progression of these systems into more advanced surveillance technologies such as facial recognition, and little accountability for privacy concerns once these systems are in place. And finally, video surveillance's negative effect on public life. So this is something that I'd like to speak about in terms of the less tangible cultural effects of surveillance and how people use public space. The conversations that I've heard around this evening and preceding this meeting online and in person have focused on a perception of loitering, homelessness, and addiction. The community safety review, when examining safety concerns, found that white respondents in particular named being afraid of being asked for money as a safety concern downtown, and particularly at the transportation center. Some folks calling for increased policing, citing concerns around theft, including at this meeting, have overwhelmingly, both in the community safety review and tonight, associated theft from cars with addiction and homelessness. And I want to name that, as many others have said, this conversation is not just about the parking garage. Many members of our community support surveillance cameras very specifically because they want to see them used to deal with unhoused people, people who use substances, and disabled and psychiatrized people. These people are our friends, our family, our neighbors, and ourselves. I don't think that there's any indication, and I want to reject the assumption, which has been implicit here tonight, that these groups bear responsibility for car damages, for petty theft, for other crimes occurring downtown and in the transportation center. This is about stigmatization and systemic injustice, not just the parking garage. Though being asked for money certainly makes people uncomfortable, I want to reject the idea that it is inherently unsafe. I want to advocate that the select board and those of us here tonight do our best to separate in our minds property crime, violent crime, and simply being asked for money or having other encounters that might be uncomfortable but are not criminal and are not threatening. And regulate our emotional reactions, importantly, as obviously this is a loaded issue. And I want to finally say that public space is a really serious issue in Brattleboro. There are very, very few public spaces. So I missed the bus so that I could come to this meeting. So until my spouse gets off work at 10 o'clock to take us both home, I will probably go sit outside of the transportation center because it is literally the only place in town that has a roof that I can go to for free once the library has closed for the evening. And even though I may have money to spend to go sit in a restaurant, we all know that there's not a lot of places open too late in this town. Even if that is an option financially, and in regards to COVID safety. No one wants the parking garage to be full of human waste. I certainly don't. But I ask the question of where else someone who does not have a bathroom to access can use the bathroom. In the street, outside of your business, in the yard of your home, in the public waterways of this city. None of these are good options. We don't have any public bathrooms in this town. I know that those are being considered, and that there are some current concerns about cost. In that light, especially, I can't imagine the cost of these surveillance cameras being justifiable. There's almost no housing in this town. It is incredibly difficult to access healthcare and mental health care. Friends of mine, friends who sleep in the parking garage every night because they have nowhere else to go, cannot afford methadone prescriptions. They cannot afford antibiotics and pregnancy care and services. They are fleeing life-threatening domestic violence. And honestly, some of the language that I've heard to stigmatize these people tonight has been pretty upsetting. The community safety review found that one of the biggest threats to community safety was people's basic needs being unmet. When this is true, when 20% of Vermonters lived at or below the poverty line before COVID, so-called solutions which push people away from our very few sheltered spaces feel particularly cruel. Security cameras don't address poverty, a housing crisis, an opioid epidemic, a pandemic, or a healthcare shortage. Surveillance does not meet basic needs. It pushes people already at the edges of society further to the outside, in this case, literally into the woods, where exposure can be fatal. The review also found a strong desire for a reduced police presence. People did not want to have the responsibilities of community safety fall only or mainly on the police. Though I think cameras are preferable to something like a substation in that building, I don't think that any of these ideas are supported by the community safety review recommendations and finding. Brattleboro really needs public bathrooms. We need cooling solutions, preparing for climate change's increasing effects like cooling stations and shelters. We need more beds and shelters. We need places that we can gather out of the elements. I think that in meeting those needs, as people have suggested, we will likely find that the pressure is reduced on the transportation center and the parking garage. I don't think we need more video surveillance or more police presence in the parking garage and transportation center. And I would urge the select board to make a decision in line with the community safety review process, in which a lot of time and community effort was invested, and to focus those funds and attention on the areas which were identified as priorities by that work and process. Thank you.
Thomas, thank you very much. I'll look to Zoom next. Oh, and yeah, and board members, obviously, if you want to respond in the interim, just.
I want to thank you for speaking your conscience. And I understand that that probably takes a lot of bravery, given that there are other people in the room that have different opinions. I also think it's a complex and there's plenty that I heard you say that I totally agree with. We've already, moved towards putting some public, we'll hear about the FY24 budget shortly, but I'm expecting to hear that there's some money going towards the creation of public bathrooms. The town is doing work around things like cooling stations. The last few summers, we've made some of the municipal facilities available as cooling centers. And, so I think that these conversations that people have been having have come from a place of frustration, right? I mean, I've seen people come here to our meetings really frustrated. And so if we can all do our best to regulate our nervous systems and be kind to one another, I think that will be a more productive space. So thank you.
Who's our first on Zoom? Ivan.
Thank you. I have absolutely nothing to add to what Thomas said. That was brilliant, and I only wish that I could have memorized it to repeat it back word for word. Thomas is completely correct. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ivan. Yes.
Hi, Michelle Simpson. I'm the executive director at the Boys and Girls Club on Flat Street, within 500 feet of the transportation center. I could not agree with you more about the cameras being a terrible investment. I have 3 solutions for the transportation center: law enforcement, and law enforcement. I am there every day. Very lucky for you that you're in Marlboro and you actually don't have to be at the transportation center every day.
I'm just gonna pause you for a second. It's wait. No, I'm chair of this board. I'm gonna speak.
Yep.
So it's, and I'm just gonna speak to I'm not speaking just to you, speaking to everybody here, Zoom too.
Yeah.
How we run these meetings is when you come up and you speak to the select board.
Oh, okay.
Here to speak to you.
Gotcha.
That's how we're doing this, and we're just going to respect everybody's opinions. This is a really tense and important discussion to be having in this community. I really respect that. That's why the board's taking this time to have this conversation tonight. So I just ask you to please just keep directing it this way, and we're here to listen.
Okay, thank you. Will do. My apologies.
No worries.
I had an interesting conversation just the other day with the new education director of the Brattleboro Housing Authority. It was wonderful. So excited that so many of the families who live in the housing developments want to access the club. And he said, but they will need transportation home. I said, oh, I'm sorry, we can't do that. That's totally out of, regulation and all of that. And he goes, oh, well, that's too bad because their families don't want them walking past the transportation center. So again, the transportation center is barring access to the Boys and Girls Club, which is an evidence-based community center that's open to all. And it's just a problem. We were here last year presenting these issues. I am really glad, and then we've been here 4 times since. I'm really glad that it finally got on the agenda tonight, a parking garage that you all own. I have no idea if it pencils out, if you're making any money on this parking garage. It certainly is not being well maintained. We all know that. That's why it's here on the agenda. Cameras, I don't see how they will do anything when there's no one there to enforce the law when the laws are broken. The transportation center is within a drug-free school zone next to the Boys and Girls Club. There is drug use, drug sales, weapons, prostitution, criminal activity. That has to be addressed and it has to be dealt with. And the only people who are qualified to do that are police. I understand there's resource issues. I would take that $75,000 and how about some sign-on bonuses to attract more police? We would, and maybe there's times where the police are there. Maybe it's not all the time, 24 hours. There are solutions, Also that money, if our police can't do it, private security firm. There has to be other ways to make that facility safe for everybody. Since Renee came and spoke at the last meeting, she has gotten emails, phone calls. I just had somebody call me today, some old woman who's visually impaired, saying how it's so difficult for her to take the bus because of all the activity that is going on around her. People vomiting. I mean, it's out of control. And we really do need action. And I'm only speaking right now as the director of the club. I'm also on the Downtown Alliance Board, and I know you've already heard from business owners tonight. The transportation center is on Elliott Street and Flat Street. It is affecting 2 streets and everything around it. It's like a hub of negativity right now. And it is your building. I really hope that you can come up with a different solution than ongoing surveillance. Because I feel like we're surveillance. We're there every day. We call dispatch all the time. By the time the police are able to get down there, it's too late. A police presence will make that building inhospitable to criminal activity. I feel almost ridiculous getting up here and stating that the obvious. Police presence will make it inhospitable for criminal activity continue in your transportation center. And if you're not making money on the transportation center, it might be because people don't want to park there. And just so there's more context in the room and out in Zoom land, our club just underwent a safety assessment by the Boys and Girls Club of America that oversees 4,700 Boys and Girls Clubs across this country, many in some of the most marginalized and oppressed neighborhoods, as you can imagine. The safety assessor came and tried to park in that transportation center and did not and would not. She came and assessed our club, wonderful things to say about everything we are doing. Then she went to do our vehicle safety inspection. Our vehicles are parked in the transportation center. She was uncomfortable and in her report wrote that we shouldn't park our vehicles there. If staff are going to go get the vehicles, they never should go alone. And she said children should never go there. And then outside of the port, she said to all of us, she found it appalling. She has never seen a community allow that kind of activity within sight of a Boys and Girls Club. And you also have Green Street School also within 500 feet. So we can talk about all of society's ills and society's issues, but actually you need to address the criminal activity in the transportation center, period. And then take the next step. Things will unfold after that. The transportation center is within your scope. It's within your purview. Solving the mental health crisis is not within your purview. It's not your charge. You must take action beyond the cameras and support the police and give them more resources to actually have a presence there that will make it inhospitable for criminal activity to continue. I mean, it's just very cozy there. There's no reason why people wouldn't continue to steal our catalytic converters, to urinate, defecate, vomit, sell drugs, do drugs, proposition our staff for prostitution. And it's barring access for children in our community to actually get enrichment programming. That people who live in Marlboro, Dummerston, Guilford, people who have resources are able to drive their kids after school and pay for enrichment programming after school. A lot of people who live downtown who are working parents do not have that luxury. And that's what we are providing. Enrichment activities, academic support, a healthy snack, consistency. And that transportation center is barring access to those resources. So I really recommend you take it $75,000 for cameras maybe pay $10 a month for Xfinity and very cheap, what that I, have on my phone for my house, what everybody else in here probably has on their phones for their own homes, something less expensive, and put the rest of the money to law enforcement, because that is what we need. We all need to follow the same laws regardless of our circumstances, regardless if we're low income, regardless if we are wealthy, regardless if we are addicted, regardless if we are mentally ill. We all have to follow the same laws. You cannot continue to subject children and youth to drug use and lawlessness in your municipal building. If it was happening in your parking lot back here or on your front steps, I believe you probably would have the cops do something. Just a few blocks down on Flat Street, where a lot of us work and a lot of people living in low income circumstances live, you're allowing all of us to be victimized. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michelle.
Yeah.
I'm just looking to see if any board members want to respond or if I just will move on.
Yeah, I
Daniel?
just want to kind of like come back to the question of like a law enforcement presence, right? So right now, how many people do we have on shift available to handle a call?
It depends on the time of day.
Ballpark, 2, 3.
A ballpark.
Yeah. So I understand, I understand the desire to have officers there, just posted there. But we have a town that, covers many square miles, and there are calls that come from all over town. We can see that in our monthly reports. And so, I'm not a huge fan of surveillance cameras, I'll be honest with you, but there is a camera system currently in this building that we own, and the camera system is non-functional, so we should at the very minimum improve the system so that it works as it's intended to do. That camera system then, I think we heard, Lieutenant Evans speak to earlier, could be the thing that means that crimes get prosecuted, right? I don't think any of us here should have too much hope that camera systems will prevent criminal activity from occurring completely. They may discourage some people, but I don't think we should harbor that belief. So, we could pay some starting bonuses out of this 75 grand, maybe. The process for getting people trained and ready to go out and do police work in Brattleboro is lengthy and fraught with pitfalls. It does not always work out. So, I'm really grateful for the work that our police department does in this town, and they do it, 24/7. And if you read the department report and look at the kinds of calls they're responding to, I wouldn't want to spend a shift responding to those calls. That's why I'm not a police officer. I think that this is an imperfect solution. I'm not sure where Michelle went, but I'm really speaking to Michelle right now. I don't think that, okay. I don't think that improving the camera system to the tune of approximately 75,000 will solve all of our problems, but it is something that we can do. It is within our purview, and it does have a connection to the law enforcement presence that you're seeking. And so it ain't perfect, but it's a start for now.
The board members, I'm going to go back to Zoom.
Kate Berry.
Kate Berry.
Hi, thank you so much. I just wanted to, my name's Kate Berry. I'm in Brattleboro. I'm coming to this meeting wearing a few hats. I'm a local business owner. I own the Collective Bar and Lounge on Elliott Street. I'm also coming as a member of the Boys and Girls Club, a member of the board of the Boys and Girls Club. And I'm here as a real estate agent too. So there's, I wear a lot of different hats in this town, and it's a really, I come here today to also voice my concern and my frustration, and also to highlight again, I think something Michelle brought up that hasn't been addressed specifically that I would like addressed is how the Boys and Girls Club is in a drug-free zone. And drug-free zone laws apply to the 500, foot radius of the Boys and Girls Club. And we know that drugs are being sold and illicitly in that location. I just don't understand why there isn't more of a feeling of pressure or a feeling of we need to make direct, swift, immediate changes to specifically address that. We're not going to solve the housing crisis. Again, like someone said, it's not up to the board to solve bigger, crises like that, but it is up to the town, and it's up to the town to use its resources to uphold the law and uphold laws like that that specifically affect the children in this town. And I think what gets me, the reason my voice is shaking and I feel upset at this moment is because it is barring the folks in this town that do need the resources of a club like the Boys and Girls Club the most, and it's barring them from being able to access those resources. And I think it does need to be kind of elevated a little bit in that effect specifically. So that's why what I came to comment and ask today.
Great. Thank you very much, Kate. Yeah, I think we're going to continue to speak to it. I'm not going to, if there's other board members who want to speak now, Jess.
I actually would love to turn it over to Lieutenant Evans for a little bit of perspective. Specifically with being more effective as law enforcement officers in that location. Do you have any thoughts or feelings on what the effectiveness of arresting people and prosecuting people for that level crime would do to the activity there?
Well, it entirely depends what crime we're talking about. There is significant question on whether, especially in today's world, where if we make arrests for minor misdemeanor activity anywhere, those arrests are likely a citation. So what that means is that someone doesn't get physically arrested, or if they get physically taken into custody, we take them back to the police station, they get their picture taken and their fingerprints taken, and we give them a citation to go to court, which is an invitation to go back to court, usually 6 weeks from that time. And that's usually like a personal recognizance. Like, here's your citation, you have a court date, it's 6 weeks from now. There's no other law enforcement activity that occurs with that. So then that 6 weeks later, they get arraigned. If it's a minor misdemeanor crime we're talking about, say a trespassing complaint, or say a minor possession of some sort of drugs that's not a felony complaint, then they're not going to go to jail anytime in the near future, if at all. So you could definitely have a conversation about the effectiveness of making those arrests. In the past, and by in the past, I mean like pre-COVID, we used to do that regularly. We would go to the transportation center, especially in the spring, and make a strong presence down there to try and deter that activity, either by making arrests or by having a very strong presence there to just deter people from hanging out there. There's been a push in the community, I think, to move us away from doing those things. But between having less staffing to be able to deploy to do that in the first place, but also looking at other opportunities, other avenues to address the concerns that are happening there, like looking at the underlying causes for why those things are occurring, as opposed to just looking at what occurred, to try and minimize it from continuing to happen in the future. And not all of those conversations involve the police department. So the police department can definitely be a piece of the program, and the town, I think, as a whole can decide how much of a piece of the program the police department is in that, and the police department is willing to be an advocate in that. The police department, for example, several years ago started Project Care, where we went out and connected with other organizations in the community that would provide services, or at least help people direct them to services, so that we could get teams of people together, like mental health workers, police officers, Department of Children and Families, other organizations that would provide assistance to people, and go to the areas where we knew these problems were happening, or go to the people that we knew were having those problems. So we've done that in the past. We still continue to do that program. Someone had mentioned earlier, actually, in St. Albans, where they would drive through, and if they saw people, like, actually reach out to them and talk to them about other options, other availability for programming or things like that. We do that. We have multiple police officers that are specifically trained to help do those things, to help people get into facilities and get them resources. And that works with marginal effectiveness for us, like I've seen it work in the past. It also gives us a pretty good rapport with people that are having a difficult time in life sometimes, which can be helpful to them and to us in the future. But I think it's a much broader thought process than it was in the 80s.
Yeah. Yes, I think Dick actually hasn't had an opportunity to speak to this issue yet. You want to come up? Yeah, and I think after Dick's comment, we'll take a brief, just 5-minute break for everybody, and then we'll get back to it. So
there's a lot of people here this evening that are pretty frustrated, obviously. This is an intimidating room, so when you see people coming, I can remember my first time coming in this room and being really intimidated. The lights, the board is intimidating. That's not your fault, but you're an intimidating presence when you're talking to the board.
Try not to be.
Then you know you're on TV, so you're really nervous. So I really appreciate the fact that when I was sitting where you were, when people came to talk, that I really took stock of what they were saying. Because it takes a lot of courage to come up here and stand in front of this microphone and say, I need your help. You know, businesses in town are being used as ATM machines. When you talk about places that have been broken into several times, and then the expense of making the repairs to the doors, the windows, whatever it is. And we're talking about, you know, this emphasis has just been on the transportation center, which I agree wholeheartedly that the system needs to be replaced and upgraded. Even if you took an officer, which isn't feasible in the best of situations, and said, you're going to be in a parking garage. The parking garage is what, 5 decks, 6 decks? And you have Elliott Street right there. You have a business actually on Elliott Street right next to the parking garage. They've had 2 vacancies in their building that they haven't been able to fill for several years just because of the activity at the parking garage and right there on the corner where everybody hangs around. Never mind the space that you have in the transportation center. And if you think you're going to fill that in the condition that it's in, come on, you're realistic. You know that you're not going to fill it in the present state. So I wanted to ask Patrick, because I know Burlington appropriated $450,000, I think in August, for an upgrade of their camera system and the addition of 100 cameras for $450,000. This was to repair some cameras that they had. And when I saw the figure of $25,000 per camera for the 3 that you wanted to buy, I said, wow. Now, I'm a believer that if we're going to put in a system, it needs to be quality over quantity. Because if we can't utilize the cameras to help the police officers in identifying, then we've wasted $75,000 and the $70,000. I believe that we actually need more than a camera on Elliott Flat and High. I think there's a couple other places where they should be installed. When you talked about money, yes, okay, we can take the money from the transportation fund, but you have ARPA money. You have $300,000 sitting in an account that you haven't decided how to use yet, that could be used for that to pay for additional cameras throughout the town. And you also have surplus funding in the budget this year for the police department. You have funding for 26 officers, and what do you have? 18 officers, Lieutenant?
We have 17 available, and we have one in the academy right now.
And
So
we fund 27.
So the reality is putting this off until, my point is putting this off until town meeting, when we have putting this out there and say, we want to buy these cameras. You have the ability to do it now if you want to do it. You have the funds available. The other thing I had suggested to the chief when I talked to her a few months ago was hiring the sheriff's department to patrol the transportation center and or at night from 11 to 6 when we don't have our staff on duty. They're on call. And so why we can't utilize the sheriff's department? I don't know. Someone would have to say, well, whatever, but I think we should look into that. The other thing I had suggested to the chair when I had a meeting with him about 2 months ago was appropriating some grant money for businesses to put in cameras for their businesses. I can remember 3 years ago, we gave $65,000 to youth services for a work program. $1.4 million comes in revenue and the 1% rooms and sales tax. I bet over 65 to 70% of that revenue comes from that DID district. We're very fortunate to have what we have. And I know I appreciate every full storefront. I may not shop in them, but I appreciate the fact that we as a community have full downtown community. And the pressures that are being put on small businesses by the theft that's going on and by the activity that's going on, precluding people from wanting to come down and shop is going to have a negative impact on that rooms and meals tax revenue, and potentially businesses saying, you know what, I'm not getting any help from the municipality. I'm going to go do business elsewhere. And we don't want that. Now, I came to the board second meeting in June and I talked about cameras. I asked that cameras be put on the agenda. Here we are, November 1. And at that meeting in June, Patrick actually talked about substation and also coming up with another plan, because it's not just cameras. I'm right with you. I'm with everybody to say it's not just cameras. But what else can we do? And so if we're going to get a group of people to say, okay, look at this, look at this, look at this, I'm all in and I'll chair the committee, whatever you want. But the fact of the matter is that I thought that we had kicked the can down the road for 5 months. This is a real, and it's never when you're not busy, Patrick. And you're busy now because you're a one-man band. And now we have the budget. You have all this stuff that you're going to start going through, but the town keeps chugging along. Nothing stops. And so I'm hoping that tonight you appropriate the money for the cameras in the transportation center. And then I hope that you put additional cameras, at least on the 3 streets as a minimum. I would also suggest the Harmony lot, the Preston lot, and one at the junction downtown. So you're looking at 6 total cameras that I believe would be beneficial to the overall climate downtown. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dick. Board members, anyone who wants to respond directly to that before we just take a quick break?
I have some things, but maybe we should take a break.
Okay, let's take it. Okay, so it's the glare is right on the clock.
8:16.
Okay, that when we come back, we could talk about the elephant in the room, which is the two downtown rentals, the two first floor rentals in that parking garage.
Yeah, we can speak to it. For sure.
I mean, I have to-
All right, I'm gonna we're gonna take just a 5-minute break. What time was it?
It's
8:17.
Okay, so 8:23. So we're going to reconvene. We went a little longer than I anticipated. I apologize for that. So we just heard from Dick, and Lieutenant Evans wanted to speak to one thing that has come up, and I wanted to give him the floor, and then we'll go back to public participation.
The only thing I wanted to mention is there's been several times now where people have talked about times during the day where there isn't a police presence in town, and that's not accurate. We do have people working, we have officers working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So I don't want people thinking that there's times of the night or day where there's only people on call or things like that. That's not accurate.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant. All right, so we have a hand up on Zoom.
Yes, Eli.
Eli, welcome. Just want to say your name and where you're from for the record.
Hello, my name is Eli Coughlin Galbraith. I live in Brattleboro.
Welcome.
Thanks. I am a business owner, though not downtown. I just wanted to say that I was surprised to hear Liz say that she was looking for holistic solutions connected to the cameras. Excuse me a moment. And then Ian, right after that, said that he wanted answers and to seek answers. And those two comments seem to me to be really connected to the work of the Community Safety Review in 2020. There was a whole thing about this. There was a committee that worked for most of the year of 2020 to do a community safety review. I have their recommendations open in a tab here. We have holistic solutions to public safety problems. We have answers. People did a lot of work on that. And I am really surprised that it took till public participation for someone to bring up the recommendations of the Community Safety Review, especially since we have a lot of people talking about how cameras aren't going to work. The cameras won't prevent crime in the transportation center. The cameras will enforce crime, or they will allow for prosecution. But we've heard from Lieutenant Evans that you can't ticket your way through this, that enforcement does not actually cause these folks to stop what they're doing and leave. So what do we do? You can't ticket your way out of this. You could, I don't know, disappear all of them into that jail in Missouri if you really wanted to, but I don't think you really want to. So the alternative provided by the recommendations of the CSR 2 years ago was that we help them. Public bathrooms, injection sites. How do we get them doing what they're doing somewhere else where they're safer, where we're all safer? If you are not going to stop them from doing what they're doing, how do we relocate them into a safer place? How do we reduce the harm with the understanding that these are people in our town, and these are also part of our community who we have to help? That's what I have to say.
Thank you very much, Eli. Board members, speak. Anyone want to speak to that?
Sure.
Yeah, Jess.
Thanks, Eli. That was a great comment. And it's true, the Community Safety Review did have some really interesting, exciting ideas around both prevention and harm reduction. And one of the points that I also want to bring up about the Community Safety Review was one of the goals is that the community is empowered to create non-police solutions, and that the town would research voluntary safe spaces, community training around de-escalation, around holding space and providing direct support, and make recommendations for action to the board. So that's another piece of this that I think we should be in the long term talking about after we finish this conversation about cameras.
Other board members?
I agree. Yeah, I mean, you know, there's a lot of work that's already happened around around the concept of what it means to be safe in this community. You know, we are hearing from multiple different perspectives. I think on the board we hold multiple perspectives. You know, 3 of us sitting here went through that community safety process together, came out the other side, and then I think that really, I mean, there's a lot of opportunity for making excuses right now. You know, we're still sort of finding our way through the pandemic. We've had a retirement of a town manager, and then we've had change in the town manager's office since then. You know, that leadership at the head of the town organization is really important. And Patrick has been doing his job and the town manager's job, you know, for the past however many months. And we've got an FY24 budget in front of us that I'm grateful for. So, you know, in the select board's process this year, I guess in April, we drafted through an arduous process, but like a helpful process, a bunch of goals. And one of the goals on there was coming up with a plan process around things like the community safety fund. That's the 300,000 that Dick referred to earlier. And also coming up with a plan and a process around ARPA funding, which is a much more substantial fund of money. And that's on our agenda a couple of items from now. And so, you know, it's a process. And like, we're here today because people are really frustrated. And some people are frustrated because they're feeling that they've been, you know, harmed. Some people are frustrated because they fear that actions taken by the town may harm people in the community. And you know, we've got to balance that somehow. It's a tricky job, and I don't know, I for one am trying my best with it, and I know that all of our town staff are as well. So yes.
Thank you, Daniel.
You're welcome. Oh my God.
All right, I will look to, yes, Tim.
I just want to say a couple of things. So I go back with this board quite a while, and I remember about 4 years ago is when we dealt with lighting in the transportation center. So I think I'm getting pretty good at, you know, separating what is something that we shouldn't act upon because there's a large difference of an opinion about the way people should behave in a public space. It is not our job, for instance, I believe now, to attempt to police people, the verb, flying a sign. We've been through this discussion in our community, and we just can't get to a space where everybody can agree whether or not that's a thing that should happen. Has to be a personal opinion thing. We've landed in a spot where, as long as it's not aggressive, asking people for money is just something that happens occasionally. You can have your own opinions about it, but what we're talking about here is a town-owned space, a publicly owned space, where we have blatant criminal activity that I have seen myself. And this space is intended for parking. And it is intended for walking and certainly talking, connecting with your neighbors. But it is true that people do not feel comfortable, and there is blatant criminal activity happening. I can easily see our town being sued if we do not address this issue. And that comes back to every single person who pays taxes in this town. We have to move forward in doing something to address the problems at the parking garage. I do want to voice something. So I'm still in favor of upgrading our camera system that is 20 years old, and we have heard that it does play a role in enforcement, a small role, admittedly, and it is not being used, and it will not be used for, surveillance of nefarious kinds or anything like that. This is in a very controlled circumstance inside the parking garage. I do want to voice something that was mentioned that I've been thinking about a little bit, just for us to consider. I think we need to be able to move quickly on this, and we might have to consider hiring private security to watch after this space. And I just want that to be on the table, because I think it's a quicker solution than to throw everything at Lieutenant Evans and say, you know, how quickly can you get people more rapidly up to speed with a lot of extra patrols in that space. A lot of people here agree that presence is needed. And I think that presence can be community-based. It can be people in the garage just sort of being there and establishing a safe feeling, and everybody can help watch our public space. But I think, you know, Dick's suggestion on the sheriff, I don't know, you know, the legalities versus the practicalities of that. But I think we should just take some time and have some of things like that, like the sheriff idea and the private security idea. We should ask our staff to do a little bit of research into that and come back to us with some options. Then we can discuss that in a properly warned way when we actually are able to discuss something like that. Along with the downtown camera options, I think we need to do more talking about, because it's just not something where it's not as simple as reinstalling cameras to make them effective in the parking garage is a much different question than adding cameras at various points in the town. I'm not saying I'm against it. I'm just saying that that's got to be a completely different discussion. So that's where I'm landing. I just thought that if we did give some direction to staff, we could get some more information about those other options.
Okay, thank you, Tim. Liz?
Well, I'm just going to reiterate that I think I'd like to hear more from our police department about what their options are. And, you know, again, the Project CARE program is an excellent program. And while the Community Safety Review Project didn't respect that program, I think it is in line with the concerns of the Community Safety Review process, because it seeks to help people who are ready to be helped for whatever homelessness or substance abuse, and it treats people in a very humane way. And so I just think, you know, in addition to the litany of personnel changes and so forth, I think that Chief Hardy should report to us on various matters concerning the transportation center and see what might be available. I do not recommend using the sheriff.
Okay, thank you, Liz. Jess, how do you head?
Sure, yeah. So 20 years ago, I was a Harmony rat. One of those dirty hippie kids that hung out in the Harmony parking lot. You know, there were naked friends, there were friends smoking marijuana in the parking lot, and we were vilified as what is wrong with society in Brattleboro and dangerous. And it was really challenging to be a part of the community and also be excluded from the community, and the conversations about how solutions might come about. I would certainly worry about private security. I think our Brattleboro police force has some really excellent training, and I would worry about the values that a private or different institution might bring to our community. as they police and other folks who are struggling, folks who are participating in low-level crime. The last thing I want to say is, Liz, I think you're right that Chief Hardy is doing a really excellent job, and getting creative is really important, but that the community safety review is really clear about Project CARE and the social worker program not being part of the police department, because essentially being within that structure creates a coercive context and a power dynamic that is threatening. And so I think it's important to involve other departments and other leadership within the town, perhaps the public health officer, perhaps the town manager's office, whatever it is, to provide supervision and structure for alternative safety things, and not necessarily house them directly in the police department. So I think Chief Hardy could probably speak to that, but I would also be interested in bringing other department heads around into that conversation.
Okay, thank you very much, Jess. Okay, not seeing other board members. Let's move back to, I'm not really sure. I'm gonna let one of y'all stand up and come to the mic.
Thank you. My name is Kate Traskis. I am the Executive Director of the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance. And
welcome.
Thank you. And also representing the Brattleboro Area Chamber of Commerce. And I have a statement to share that was drafted by both of us. Those of us that have chosen to call Brattleboro home have done so because, simply put, we like it here. We appreciate the wonderful things about this town, and there's so much to appreciate. The handsome buildings and architecture, our outdoor trails, arts, music, dance, theater, and the truly caring and compassionate community. These are all reasons that we like living here. Lately, however, crime and destructive behavior seem to be on the rise, and this should be of concern to all of us. There has been a great deal of discussion in the community on this topic in recent weeks, and the Brattleboro Area Chamber of Commerce and Downtown Brattleboro Alliance would like to add their voices. As organizations that actively promote Brattleboro on a local, regional, and national scale, that encourage visitors to choose our town for their holidays and to make this special place their home, our role is to support and amplify the voices of our constituents. Recently, the staff of the Boys and Girls Club on Flat Street expressed before the Select Board grave concerns regarding the safety close to their facility. Drug sales, public intoxication, street fights have become the norm, apparently. And the parking garage and the dangerous activity in and around it has become commonplace and a source of fear for staff and young club members alike. Imagine a facility designed to be a safe haven for youth has become a scary place to get to and from. Additionally, our business owners have been directly impacted by vandalism, break-ins, and physical violence happening at their doorsteps. Small businesses have small margins. Therefore, a small crime has big impact. What does this mean for the future of our town and community? And we know that this is happening elsewhere, in other communities too. That's true. But the fact is that this is our community, and we want to deal with it and find solutions that work. We feel strongly that Brattleboro should be a safe and welcoming place for all members of our community. Public engagement and discussion is certainly an excellent place to start. And the more we all participate, the more ideas and solutions we can generate. We want to be partners in this. We are turning to you, our town government, and specifically our elected officials, for guidance, support, and leadership in creating long-term solutions. We strongly urge the town select board to make this growing crisis a priority and to share what concrete steps will address the illegal activity happening in our downtown, and continued open communication and transparency that go a long way in making all of us feel safer and in more control of a situation that is rapidly feeling more and more beyond our grasp. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kate.
Marta?
We'll look to Zoom now. Can you just tell me who it is first?
Oh, Marta.
Oh, Marta, yeah, I just want to let people who haven't spoken yet speak. So Marta, welcome.
Hi, I just wanted to bring up that, homelessness has been getting worse. There was a time during COVID when we actually housed our homeless. And I know Josh at Groundworks has written up a plan about how that happened and how it could happen again. But that's not going to be a reality for us in our town this winter. And it actually is probably going to increase with motel program ending, BREP ending, and just the economy and the housing crisis. So as we talk about these things, I think that we need to remember that not every single person who appears menacing or not like us is currently doing a drug or a crime. And even those who do those things, they're not doing them 24/7. They're human beings. They live in our town, and they need to go somewhere. A lot of people, like in New York City, would talk about being homeless. They would wear through shoes and socks really fast because you got to keep moving. There's nowhere to be. So as we talk about these solutions, I think any solution that doesn't include three things is going to end up failing. And those three things are a place to congregate and be social, a place to seek shelter when it's rainy or cold from the wind, and a place to go to the bathroom. So, we can do all of the project cares we want. We can talk about, being compassionate or not. We can talk about arresting our way out of a problem or not. But what ends up happening is people need to congregate and be somewhere. And if we, don't have a place to be social, which is a really, really great human need, a place to seek shelter, and a place to go to the bathroom, like that just doesn't seem to me like it would help. Anything that solves all the other problems, but not those three, still isn't really going to help us. That's all I wanted to say.
All right, thank you very much, Marta. Do you have something to say, Jess?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a quick nerdy historical anecdote. I was doing some research this past weekend at the library around folks coming back from being in conflict in World War II. And reading the town's annual meeting from that year, there was a lot of discussion on how important it was going to be to help folks coming back return to a normal life, to a comfortable life, to happiness, to integration in the community after their trauma, after their hardship, after their injuries. It was so important to be providing public activities, public spaces, public things like bathrooms and shelter, so that they could heal, return to being part of community and feeling part of community, and so that the community could move on and grow together in a healthy way. So I just thought that was a really interesting thing that they were talking about that in 1945 at the town representative or town meeting. So I really appreciate Marta's comments and the value of providing space. It's been something our town has done for a long time.
Thank you, Jess. Did you have something, Tim?
I was just going to suggest that we have to really look to our agenda, and
I'm aware.
I'd really love to at least be able to move on from this with developing a scope and soliciting bids as is requested by staff.
Oh yeah, I anticipate we'll. Oh, sorry.
No, I just, we have a lot of other things to attend to.
Yeah. Well, the board will circle back to what's in front of it tonight, before we move on, but I would like to make sure that people who are still here who want to speak have an opportunity to. So, yes.
Nancy Browse left me with a comment she wanted to make, but she had to get back to South Newfane, so
Yeah.
in the queue.
Yeah, Nancy had an opportunity to speak earlier, so I'm gonna have, you can speak to that, but we're gonna listen to some other people first. And I just wanted to mention, Marta, I appreciate bringing up the end of the hotel voucher program. That is something that I am very much is on the front of mind, and I think is on the mind of the town and should be on the mind of the community. You know, this is an issue that is 6 months, 8 months away, but it is coming, and we need to be ready, and we need to be planning for that now. And so I think we need, the town as a municipality can be a leader in those discussions, but it's not going to be something that we can do alone. And there are a lot of different community groups that we need to be working with to be thinking about solutions to what happens when those housed people are no longer housed through the state. So I say for myself, I'm looking forward to helping to facilitate those conversations while I'm on the select board. Okay, who would like to speak next? Whoever wants to.
Robin Johnson, Stone Church. Thanks for listening to me tonight. I know you guys have heard a lot and have a lot of other stuff to get to, so I'll try to be brief. We've also been broken into twice recently. We installed cameras. So one thought of mine is, you know, cameras are not that effective because we had cameras the second time we were broken into, and we gave the police video of someone breaking in and trying to get into our safe, and our new safe worked, which was great. But now, even though we have a nice solid safe bolted to the floor, I don't leave any cash there. I know lots of other businesses don't leave cash anymore. So you're carrying, luckily I don't have to go to the parking garage, but I'm still carrying cash home with me like every night when I leave. One thing is that it's from the video surveillance. I would say that a lot of times we're conflating the homelessness, addiction issues with the crime, and there might be some overlap. But in this case, I mean, this person, you know, at 2:30 in the morning was very spry and together. They were in very fast, crowbarred open the window, went straight to my office, crowbarred that. You know, it was not, you know, someone stumbling around looking for something. It was targeted. And both times this happened to us, it happened to multiple businesses on the same night. So it appears that we have an issue with our perception of being vulnerable to crime, and someone is taking advantage of that. And that's what we need to address as a greater issue. I mean, I fully support looking at the transportation center, but it is a town-wide issue. And then the last thing I'd like to bring up is just one concern I have is we are at some point going to have a violent interaction between a business owner and someone breaking in. Because right now I have cameras on my phone, like 8 cameras I can look at anytime. I know many other people are self-monitoring because they feel like that's their only choice, and they'll often arrive there before the police. So, you know, we could be, you know, at some point we're going to have a much worse situation. And so I think we just need to find however we can to address the situation as a whole in the town and the perception of the town as being a vulnerable spot for crime. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Sonia? Or no?
Sonia?
Melanie's first.
Melanie.
Yes, hi, Melanie Bose, Brattleboro Country Club. I joined the list of businesses that were broken into last night. I want to say I agree completely with the gentleman that just spoke. I didn't catch his name. But as an outlier to the town, I think I'm in an extremely vulnerable place where it takes quite some time for the police to get there. And I would say very comfortably that I expect that I will probably be broken into again within the week because they got into my pro shop They smashed a door in the restaurant, but they did not get through the second door and into there. So I fully expect that there'll be, several thousand more dollars of damage. And I appreciate all the time and effort that you are putting into this, but it seems like there's a lot of talk going on and there are no concrete answers being gotten to. And I think at some point you have to move forward and make some decisions to help the businesses in town, because we are really hurting and we need your help. So thank you.
Thank you, Melanie. Yep.
So my name is Jill Stahl-Tyler. Come with 4 hats to speak with quickly tonight. I'm the executive director of Community House. I don't know if you know the program, but it's traumatized children that are both in a day school and a residential program. And we have drug dealing in the house directly across the street that we can watch all day long. We can see everything that happens and name the players. Our children walk up the road and go to the park, and our teachers take thick orange juice containers so they can pick up the needles that are invariably found. And one of our students actually found a dead body on the gazebo a couple weeks ago. Schools are supposed to be drug-free zones, and these are kids that are traumatized. We need to change some of the stuff that's going on in the town. I also speak as the exchange student coordinator for the high school. And as one of the questions that I have to fill out every year, it says, are there any areas of the town to avoid? And when I started this 6 years ago, I laughed at that question. And I'm like, no, it's Brattleboro. And now I specifically list out areas when I fill it out for my own kids. And I specifically note the transportation center that you all have spent so much time on tonight. 2 years ago, or last year, I was sitting with a car full of kids, 6 kids, high school teenagers from various countries, in the Price Chopper parking lot, where we were between the soccer game that had just finished and the high school football game that was about to start, and looked over, and there's a drug deal brazenly going on in the car right next to me, and he just glares up. It's to the point where I have to tell the kids, look, be careful. These are places to avoid, including the Price Chopper parking lot. Just speaking as a person who lives here, lots of friends who have businesses in town. They've had to deal with people doing drugs in their bathroom or overdosing, people passed out in their doorways, worrying about clients and people that don't want to come downtown anymore. It's a real situation. And my own friends and I think hard before we figure out where to go, and we tend to not socialize a lot downtown anymore. And then as a mom, I have a 17-year-old daughter. I had her last summer park at Price Chopper in the shade because I had the dogs in the car, and someone came up and solicited her. And she's now at CCV and doing what's wonderful in Vermont, this early education opportunity that you can do your senior year of high school and your freshman year of college at the same time. She's loving it. She's also purchased mace, and I don't even know, she has a keychain full of stuff that honestly she'd never be able to figure out how to pull out and use if she needed to. But she bought that all because when she went down to do her testing the first time, she was followed. And she ran to a local business and tried to get in and escape from the guy who was following her, and it really freaked her out. We have a town that's really lovely. My sisters were here this summer. One lives in Massachusetts, one lives in Illinois. Walking around, there's so many comments about the beauty, the charm, the quirky nature, the flowers. But I feel like we're at a tipping point in Brattleboro. Please listen to your public. Think carefully about how we can all be a part. You're the leaders. Right now, it feels like it's anything goes. It doesn't matter what's going on. You're not going to be arrested for it. You're not going to be stopped for it. So what difference does it make? And our attempts to be compassionate, which I fully support being compassionate, but it feels like we've overridden our ability to make things feel safe for all of us. And if you want folks to stay here, because there's a lot of conversations about people that are my friend group, which are at the age of looking at retirement in a few years, 10 years. They wonder why to stay, and they're looking hard. And I'm talking about people you know that run businesses that are leaders in this town, and they're wondering why and how long. It's a tipping point, and please, you're the leadership. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Jill. I've got one more hand there, and then I think we've just got one or two more out in the public here. Is this Sonia? Great.
Hey there. Hi, Sonia Silbert. I live in Brattleboro. I've appreciated a lot of what folks have said and how much really intense feeling there is in people's experiences in this town right now. I just had a few things I wanted to contribute to the conversation. One is thinking about specific improvements at the transportation center, including the painting and the lighting and cleaning it up and stuff like that. Like that would be great. That's wonderful. And also that is not addressing the problem. That's pushing people into a vacant lot up the road or something. Like actually, if we gave supportive services to the folks that are there, that might actually address the problem. I feel like most people are saying that cameras isn't enough. And I would 100% agree. Like there's been study after study showing it really doesn't have that much of an impact on crime, and it does have a large impact on privacy. So if you are going to start talking about having it on our downtown streets and other parking lots, it's going to be a much bigger conversation in our town, I think. Just hearing the stories and hearing the last speaker talk about it being a tipping point for crime and for local businesses. I just really want to underline what other folks have said, that this is a tipping point for housing and social services in our town. And these are not separate conversations, and we can't address this and then that. And we can't say that you, the select board, have no onus over housing. As you said, like the hotel program ending this winter is going to be huge. Most of you went through the community safety review process and spent tens of thousands of dollars of town money to convene a really amazing committee of people with very diverse life experiences, with a lot of lived experience on various sides of policing and of crime. And I think there's a lot of people who are really impatient for you all to do something about crime. And I think there's a lot of people really impatient for you to implement the recommendations of that community safety review, because all of us want a more holistic approach to the problems in our community. And it was like, that was a hard process, right? Like this feels like a late meeting, but remember how late all those meetings were? But in some ways that was easy to pass that because it was theoretical. And like, here's where the rubber hits the road. Like if we as a community and if you as a select board paid for, approved, and passed a report saying we want our community to deal with community safety in a different way. We don't just want to go to law enforcement, and we don't just want to have more police. We don't need another committee. You created a great committee. This is the point where you have to take that theoretical stuff and apply it to a really hard, complicated situation. And I think we can do it. You have those ideas. There's lots of community resources. Maybe it's paying for teams of social workers to patrol. I really don't know, but I know that the people who have lived this had made recommendations. You have a 200-page report that has barely been implemented. And you've heard a lot from business owners and a lot from a police person who obviously doesn't represent the entire force, but like you haven't heard much from the people who are doing direct support for those who are being accused of all of these crimes. And also just finally, like, just one thing I just want to name, I've heard so many times tonight, literally people being called, those people, those criminals being like, that's being referred to, people in subsidized housing. And that, if that's what's happening at our select board, like the place so it is like, it's being recorded. It's going to be in the newspaper. It's everywhere. Like that's what people are like, that's what our town is saying. And it's so harmful. And we really need to separate out crime, addiction, losing your housing, and actually address this with respect for the people who are going through this. Thanks.
Thank you, Sonia. Board members, any thoughts? Want to address anything there?
Kinda.
Yeah.
A few weeks ago, so let me provide some more context. So Ian and I set the agenda for these meetings. Chair, and I'm the vice chair. I do my best. Dick DeGray approached us like way back at the beginning of the summer and said he'd like to have a discussion about cameras. And we, didn't really take him up on his offer because there wasn't really a discussion to be had. It's too kind of nebulous an idea. It's still fairly nebulous, to be honest. We've, sharpened it up a little to be about the transportation center. Whilst that process was going on, many other things come up on our plate and we, move forward in the best way that we can. During that time, there's a broader kind of community conversation happening about like, is our town safe? Who is being harmed? What's happening? Why is it happening? What can I do? And I think one of the things that's most impactful for me in hearing people speak tonight is about their personal direct experience, of either witnessing harm or being harmed. I've heard it in lots of different ways. I also, particularly kind of connect with impeding access. Michelle spoke, I think, quite forcefully about the way in which the condition of the transportation center was impeding access to important services. I used to work for the club. I've also been an educator and I've done that in this community and in others. And we need to continue to make sure that kids in our community can access a lot of the great services. And I'm saying all of this kind of big picture stuff because it's like this conversation didn't just spring up, right? You guys have been talking about it for a long time. The people who are here on Zoom have been talking about it in lots of different ways. And so when I was kind of thinking about it, maybe a month ago, I had a series of questions that I wanted to put to Patrick, and I actually held off putting them to Patrick for a few weeks because we were just so busy with so many other things. And Patrick has been working, really hard to provide leadership for the town as an organization that has many employees and many complex things going on. And I also don't want to overburden the police department, who are doing a similarly burdensome and understaffed job, right? We don't quite have the capacity to handle all the things that we need to handle right now. And so my questions were like, what's happening? What do we actually know? What has gone on that has had a consequence? What arrests have been made? What sticks? What happens if we, put people in this place? And so the reason why I kind of bring this up now is, some of the stuff that Sonia was talking about is like, we really need to stay grounded in like, what is actually happening. And it gets pretty messy pretty quickly. Hearing Jill talk about her teenage daughter's experience of using a parking lot, or of using a grocery store parking lot. Like, it's hard to hear people say those things and then think, and what can I do about it? What can the Brattleboro Police Department do about it? I'm not landing in a place with easy answers, but I want to stay grounded in the like, what's happening? Like, what do we actually know? What are the needs out there? What harm is being done? And I think that
those are like good questions to hold on to as we move forward. Just offer that up.
Great. Thank you, Daniel. Liz, you had your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. I really like what Daniel just said. And you know, I agree that homelessness is not a crime, poverty is not a crime, addiction in and of itself is not a crime, but there are criminals among us who, you know, as Mr. Johnson stated, target and rob businesses in a very strategic way in the middle of the night. And that is an issue. That's a crime issue that we need to address. And we also need to have a decent civil society where people can walk down the street unburdened. So these are all complex issues, but we need to start somewhere. And I believe a good place to start is in replacing the cameras at the transportation center.
Okay, thank you, Liz. Looking to, I think there are maybe a couple more people who haven't spoken who want to tonight, but I'm looking for hands now. Yep. And is there anybody else? I don't see anybody else, so.
I'm Bill Daly. I own the Vermont Country Deli. I'm also on the board of BMH. And there are programs out there through Groundworks, the dental clinic, through BMH that are addressing a lot of these issues. Okay, so, you know, safe places to do whatever. So that one, I wanted to comment on that. Two, we've been, my daughter spoke, we've been broken in 3 times in the past since August. Police have been wonderful responding and helping us out. We have cameras at the deli and we have provided video, which has helped in some cases to prosecute in that. And I think one has actually been arrested and is now going through the process. We also have been approached by the police to help out with surveillance or on Western Avenue. And I don't know anything of the cases or that, but they do use those cameras. So it is a valuable tool. It's not an end-all solution to the whole thing, but you know, I think having the cameras will help. So I would support putting in the cameras in the transportation center and doing it. What, you know, the businesses here, you know, we contribute to the community. Our sales helps fund many of, you know, the taxes and that they're coming to the town also. We're trying to support the town. We're here trying to support the town. So I want, you know, everybody here to not have animosity or we're not trying to butt heads. We're trying to find a solution. Is what I'm saying. So that's what I had to say. Thank you.
Bill, thank you very much. I think with that, unless there's Greg, you have got. Okay, yeah.
Greg Warden, downtown as well. I just am going to encourage you to do the cameras in the garage and as a step. Again, lots of things to work on. So as Bill said, and as Michelle said, you know, there needs to be a presence of some kind, whether you're doing something when a police car drives by and you suddenly go, with a camera, at least you'll know what was happening 2 minutes before you got there.
Thank you, Greg. All right, board. So we've got some action to actually take on the cameras or decision to be made there. There are some things that have come up tonight that I'm interested in hearing more about. I'd like to just take the last 5 or so minutes in this discussion to sort of summarize those for Patrick and see where the board lands on the camera question. So closing thoughts.
Yeah, I'll
Yes.
start.
Yeah, I can also speak to it too, but I just try not to be the, yeah.
I would be willing to consider putting this camera idea out to bid, but I'm not ready to get behind the camera idea yet. And I think part of that is because I think the resources could be better allocated. I would like to see a more holistic picture rather than just throwing this piece of spaghetti against the wall and seeing if it sticks. So,
Are you speaking to the parking garage cameras?
yep,
Sorry, I just want to make that clear because we've
Yep.
had multiple camera discussions, so I just wanted, I got a little confused.
Yeah.
Thank you.
sure. The other piece, that sounds like might be needed would be something like a caseworker to be available in the space, not necessarily policing the space, but connecting the folks with the resources that we've heard a bit about across the conversation that perhaps they don't have access to. And then the other piece was, I'm gonna go back and harp on, making sure that the facilities are in a respectable condition.
Mhm.
And I think that's another important investment. And I think I would like to see something where we can see what all three of those might cost. So that we could balance them with each other and the outcomes that we might see from all three of them, rather than just seeing if this one piece of spaghetti sticks. That's a weird metaphor, I'm sorry.
No. Makes sense. Board members, you want to respond to that? Other thoughts? Tim?
I think I've been clear.
Okay.
I want to move forward with soliciting bids for cameras.
Okay. Daniel?
Yeah, I mean, the transportation center camera system doesn't work. Let's have it work and do the job that we hope that it would do. I heard talk about applying the community safety recommendations and, like it was on our goals in April,
Yeah.
It's still a goal, but I want to kind of bring that back and, I think that not losing sight of that work is important. I agree about, looking at maintenance staffing for the transportation center and, maintaining it in a manner that shows that we value it. It's important. I think to the best of our ability, seeking to make sure that the spaces, the rental units in the transportation center are leased out, like the more activity that is happening there, I think the better. And I'm curious about the, legal stuff around the drug-free school zone question. There was a couple of times where spaces are supposedly within drug-free school zones and are expecting that to have particular legal consequences. So just getting some more information about that would be good for me. One person mentioned using the 1% sales tax and, particularly kind of like allocated ways to support business owners downtown, provide for, security equipment. I'm not saying that I'm in favor of it, but, I'd be interested in at least considering it. And yeah, I'm not super excited about the idea of contracting with the sheriff's department or hiring private security, just not. I don't want to get into too much about that. And I want to kind of keep thinking about like who is being harmed in our town and what can we do about that. I know, I think that when Robin kind of pointed out, like, this is who committed, we don't know the name of the person, but you know, this is the profile of the kind of person that came in and you know, caused harm in my business, right? And then there are other people that we see out in the community and we're just a little afraid of, or we're a little uncomfortable about. And those two things are not the same. I work for a social services agency. We struggle to meet all the need that comes through our door. I see it every day. And so I know a little about that world and the challenges. I think it's important to kind of stay grounded in the facts, right? So like, if there's criminal activity happening in a town-owned building, we should, to the best of our ability, stop that from happening. If there's people in town-owned buildings who have needs and are interested and available for having those needs met, we should do the best that we can. The library does a really great job of that. And I also had a conversation with Star the other day, who's also a little frustrated. You know, like, these are people in our community who have extended a great deal of their compassion and their skill towards, you know, helping those who are in really vulnerable situations. And it's grinding work. It's not quite as grinding as being in that vulnerable situation, but you know, it's still grinding. So I want to kind of like hold sight of who are the people that are involved in some activity in our town that we're not feeling great about, and not conflate them all.
Thank you, Daniel.
Yeah.
Liz, any thoughts here?
Well, I just spoke about pretty much the same thing about, you know, not blaming, you know, victims of poverty for all our ills, but helping them to the extent that we can. But at the same time, you know, there is criminal activity. There's really social disruption. You know, somebody should be able to go to the Boys and Girls Club, bottom line. And what we can do to make our town facility a proper place for people to park their cars and walk on the street is, you know, it's challenging. And I think that the replacement of the cameras is the first step, but I would like to hear more from our own police department. I don't want other police departments or other security to be involved, but I think that our interim town manager and our police chief can come up with a report to the town that might be more helpful.
All right. Thank you, Liz. Yeah, I guess I will close. Thank you, everyone, for coming out to speak to the select board tonight. I can speak for myself that hearing these perspectives from all sides here is incredibly important and helpful, and is one of the reasons that we are here. You know, we are the elected officials outlet for residents to speak to the municipal government. And it's our job to make sure that your voices are heard and that we communicate that information to the municipality and help to guide the municipality with policy decisions. I cannot agree more that a lot of this conversation also involves the community safety report and review, and that a huge part of that was listening to people. And so this is a part of that as well, hearing people's experiences who live in our community. And so, you know, I think we're not increasing surveillance. We're just improving broken down cameras. We've heard that they're not going to be used for surveillance. I would like to put the bid out. I'd like to see some sort of policy on how the Brattleboro Police Department plans on using the improved cameras, which I think could be something that could come before the board at the same time as when we approve any kind of bid. I'd like to see some information in the FY24 budget about additional work that can be done in the transportation center. And I'd like to actually see how we can utilize recommendations in the community safety review for this kind of first rubber meets the road moment for the town, which is like, are there other ways that we can support financially or through staffing or leadership in community resources that can help alleviate some of the underlying issues? I think we got to do it all, and it's a lot. So those are kind of the directions I'd like to see. I want to work with interim town manager Moreland on what a timeline could look like. I don't want him to have to commit to anything right now on what that would be, but I think we can realistically do all of those things. Or at least I believe so, because I started this conversation with saying I'm an optimist here. So I end it also feeling an optimist. So I think with that, do we need a vote? Nope. Okay, so in a very unceremonious ending to this long conversation, thank you all again. And the municipality has some direction on this issue. I anticipate that this will be the first of many more conversations to come on this as we move forward. God, and I will just keep talking now. Lieutenant Evans, thank you so much for being here.
It's my pleasure.
Answering our questions. I hope that hearing from the community was also helpful for you as it was for the select board.
It's always helpful.
Yeah. Yeah, and I can give you the sign there. I know you're very busy, so thank you for taking the time. All right, board. We're going to move on to new business agenda item 9, which is now 9C, which is the BDCC SeVEDS annual update and funding requests. I am sorry, AC Cure. Come on up.
I have my colleague Jennifer Thompson's joining me. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Certainly an important conversation we just heard. And
yeah, and I just want to pause you. Thank you very much, both of you, for, I want to put on the record for your patience. We moved them further down, and I understand it's much later than maybe you thought you were going to present. So thank you.
yeah, no, really an important conversation that, you know, has very real economic impact. So pertinent to the work that we do for certain. Understand from the information that you've already received everything that we sent along.
Yep.
So, you know, given the hour, perhaps avoid a typical presentation and just leave a few minutes for any questions. But before that, just again, thank the town for being one of the leaders in supporting SeVEDS and BDCC and the collaboration and partnership as an early partner. Helped really lead the way in getting the rest of the region to also support and participate through municipal funding requests. This past year, we were up to about 87% of Windham County residents supporting this work through municipal requests. And really that was a result of Brattleboro saying, please, you know, don't just ask us, go out into the community and put this to the entire region. So thank you for that continued support.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you, Adam. Board members, questions, comments? Liz.
Welcome. Thank you for coming. I note that your work has expanded in interesting ways. And I wondered if you could give us, I know you don't have your whole presentation, but how are the refugees doing?
So Jennifer Thompson is our director of programming. I'll let her speak to that question.
Sure. Yeah. Well, you'll get a little sneak preview. Our annual report I didn't have printed copies yet. They'll be in your hands soon, but there's the digital versions up there. So it has a little bit of that information in there, as much as we can fit in there with all the other information. So you can go to our website and see the FY22 annual report. So, you know, we're probably doing a better job of resettling refugees than any other place in the country right now. And that is a really qualified statement because the way that the world resettles refugees, especially the United States, isn't really that impressive. So it's, you know, it's under-resourced, it's under strain and whatever. But it's pretty heroic. And I think you see signs of it with the art around the community. We tend to work on the economic side obviously. And so I can speak to that with the greatest detail. I wouldn't really pretend to be able to speak to a lot of what the other really important work that goes on to help people get housing and food and healthcare and things like that. But that's all proceeding apace. They have a full complement of case managers at ECDC, the agency. We have, I think there are about 60 people who are in full-time employment at this point. There's another sort of 15 or so adults who are sort of seeking, not quite seeking employment necessarily. Some of them are working on validating credentials, working on entering some kind of, training or something like that. So we are really, really impressed with the way that employers have leaned into this. And we're also have been really blessed with, frankly, even though we kind of all got this onslaught of, people do the Afghanistan situation. They're contributing, so much to the community, and they bring an incredibly wide range of skills and talents. And as I think the leader of this agency said to us early on, remember that there's ingenuity and passion and creativity and problem solving within the communities. So put tools in their hands. And so I think that really speaks to sort of the approach. I'll just end that by saying we were very blessed early on. February or so, well, the initial arrivals, most people came in January. That was sort of the biggest group. And within that group, there was an incredible young man who, from Afghanistan, who himself was, worked for NGOs, helping migrant resettlement and employment in Afghanistan, people who are fleeing Iran and places like that. And so he came to work for us. And so he's been just this incredible resource, helped bridge a knowledge gap of our own in terms of serving the refugee community. And I have to give him a lot of credit, in addition to Alex Beck, of course, is kind of our workforce specialist and doing system building and all that kind of stuff. So many great stories and details I could give you, but I just, want to say we're blessed to have the right people on the job, and the way that the community has leaned into this and the very high expectations for the way that we expect people not just to be welcomed, but to settle here and integrate into the community have exceeded everything that we hoped for. So,
yeah.
Thank you. I thought that was the case. I just wanted you to say it.
Do you feel comfortable giving the person's name that
Amir? Yeah. I mean, Amir is
good job, Amir.
Yeah, Amir is incredible. And he's also now joined by Abdul, who does the same kind of employment work on the ECDC side. So we have sort of two people that partner on employment support. They do a ton else. I mean, they help people get driver's licenses and troubleshoot around vocational training, things like that. So it's employment isn't just people getting a job. It's a lot more expansive. We just met with, Sally Nixon, the town of Brattleboro, because we kind of finally felt ready to say, we think we have some matches here, maybe with some skill sets potentially for some of the needs within the town. And so that was really fun to meet with her team and have them get to know who's coming and who will continue to come here through the refugee and asylum seeker program. So that's that kind of employer education is an ongoing process as well that Amir is really more and more in the lead of. So.
Great question, Liz. Thank you. Other board members? I've got a couple of thoughts, but Tim, you.
I always like to remind all the viewers, as I do every single year, I think, that we have the luxury here in Brattleboro that the money we assign possibly will assign in the future comes from program income. And so that's, other towns take it directly from their general fund. But our program income is designed for purposes just like this. So I think it's completely appropriate, and I support ongoing support of the organizations. And I also wanted to sort of personally say that I think my history here has been a long arc of being generally suspicious and critical of your work. And as I learned more and more, and as especially we went through the pandemic and I saw some of your critical services being utilized, I become generally supportive, as you know. But I think that's a good maturing that might have happened during my career here on the select board. So I appreciate you letting me take that journey with you.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak about these, because really it's education. When people understand the work that we do, they feel more comfortable with the economy and how it works and our role in helping it. So yeah, I think that's common theme.
Absolutely.
Do you have a
Yes, I have a question. Tim, what's program income? It's such a vague term.
You know,
Oh, on the spot.
yeah, what are the initials that I'm looking for? It's
CDBG.
CDBG, which originally comes from federal funding that goes through the state and lands with us.
So not taxpayer money from Brattleboro.
Not direct taxpayer money, although you could argue taxpayer money from
Somewhere.
national.
We borrowed it
Yep.
somewhere else.
And it's intended for housing and economic development specifically.
Great.
Yeah, I want to commend you. Thank you for your work. I think, I could go on and on about our newest members of the community from Afghanistan and how proud of Brattleboro I am, really. And I have just been so grateful that BDCC stepped up to do this, really. And also recognize that this is the community that can do it. And that's I feel so strongly, and one of the reasons I'm proud to live in Brattleboro is because we are a community who can. So yes, I just am so grateful for that. I wanted just to say that one of the kind of nice things being on the select board is sometimes seeing where these different supports kind of come together, and we saw that I think 2 meetings ago where a Brattleboro business came to apply for a small business loan through the town, and they were utilizing BDCC for their space where they work at the Con Mill, and they had learned about our fund through you guys. So, just that seeing how, and it was a small business, local people trying to do something they love, making jewelry, and that's great. And just seeing how the money that Brattleboro contributes to this is helping to support local businesses who want to give their time, their money, and their business to Brattleboro. The ways that the town can support that, we should be doing it. So I want to ground this in just understanding that the presentation incorporates basically that BDCC is asking for. It's on $3 per person. So it's $36,147 this year. And I did note in this backup that it's still a 2010 census data.
It really is.
Yes.
It really is. And part of this is just us avoiding having to, well, first of all, the USDA still uses 2010 census data, which is its own thing.
Okay.
And we all have questions about the 2020 census data, but we won't go into that tonight.
Okay.
So for rural places. But it really is that, we have to think about what's our rubric going to be to just not have to revisit, all of the funding in every single town. Because some of them ask us to petition, fewer and fewer of them do at this point, frankly. And so part of this was coming out of COVID, having to do a lot of petitioning during COVID and having various different processes. So it's just, it was a capacity question about the simplest way for us to keep it fair is to say, we're going to make the same request. Towns can do what they want.
Okay.
Towns can adjust it. Few do. It's usually either a trivial amount of money or it's not necessarily in their favor to adjust into the number. So since Wyndham County did grow a little.
So for some communities, we would have had to go on back and petition, because if you petition successfully 3 times and have an approved article, you can just be added. So with a modified amount, we would have had to go back and do all that work again.
I see.
So the common number was 2010.
Just keep it simple and make a decision about expending some hundreds of staff hours on the ground right now. So that's honestly what some of it comes down to.
Okay.
And again, reminding towns that it's at your discretion.
Yeah.
This is a number we put out there to try to keep it fair. Fair is different in every town, given what your tax rates are and things like that. So.
All right, board. Well, I was in support last year of upping it to the 2020 census, and I'm still in support of this year upping it. So I'm going to just put that out
I
there.
pushed for that last year, right?
Yeah,
But I'm not going to do it this year.
you're not going to do this.
It's your job.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Maybe I misspoke here. I'm pushing that we do it to the 2020 census data. Because it's, we have more accurate numbers to what our actual population is. We should be supporting BDCC and SeVEDS at that number. We set a precedent doing it last year, and we should continue to be leaders in all sorts of ways, including using the most accurate data.
Yay, data.
And I know that
I think
Liz
it wasn't-
absolutely has something to say.
It
on
wasn't
this.
a large amount.
It was not a large amount at all. Liz.
Give them what they asked for,
Yeah.
That's what she said last year.
But yeah,
which is what I said last year.
that's what she said last year. So Liz has her position. I've got mine. Board
I have
members.
the numbers because I am also interested in using the 2020 data.
Yep. What are the numbers?
The population is 12,184, and that comes out to 36,552, a difference of $405.
Yep. So $405, Liz. Can I get you can I get a vote from you on this one?
Yes, although I harbor a certain amount of ridiculousness associated with this effort.
It's not ridiculous at all.
It's principled.
It's principle. It's important. We
Can you do us a favor?
We will ask, yes.
Next year, can you
Yes.
just ask for that?
You got it.
Absolutely. I
We don't
didn't even have a
to
staff
this
member in
conversation.
this, I was sort of down 3 people when this whole process began. So out
Yeah.
of 5, that was a lot at the time. So yes, totally. I've been putting it off. It's
I'll fight the fight again. If you forget.
Make a motion so that our chair isn't forced to make a motion.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Sure. I'd like to make a motion to place an item. Oh, are we ready for this? We didn't do
Yes,
public
we're
comment. Are
ready.
we good?
No, we're.
Oh, no. We have to have public comment.
Oh, sorry. After.
That's true. The motion can, but I don't see anybody on Zoom and I'm gonna look to the room here. And I don't see anybody. Thumbs up from everyone. Not everybody's getting as energized about all these things. That's all good. Okay, sorry.
I'm ready now.
Jess, go ahead.
All right, I'd like to move that we place an item on the warning for the 2023 representative town meeting to allocate $36,552 of program income to SeVEDS in fiscal year 24, and to provide a letter of support to help SeVEDS pursue a federally recognized economic development district status. That's what the motion in my material says. We didn't talk about that though.
But it's not even us that are gonna decide that, right? We're gonna put it
We're
on
gonna
the
put it on
warning.
the warning.
And we'll let town meeting hash it out.
The
Can you
letter-
No, the letter is,
No.
is a little bit more timely. So
Well, then maybe we should have talked about it.
Well, that's okay. The motions stand, but I'd like to, can we hear a little bit on that?
yeah, I'll do the speed version, and if you want more,
Yep.
let me know. So we have what's called the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy. So that was first created in 2014. In 2019, it was updated to include both Windham and Bennington County. And that is overseen by the EDA, the Economic Development Administration. And that administration allows for SeVEDS regions to form what's called an economic development district. If you form that district then becomes the owner, the holder of the SeVEDS. So this will allow for a greater exposure to federal dollars and resources coming to Southern Vermont. This will also provide, annual income for that district from the federal government and it's not a lot, it's $75,000 to $100,000, which will provide for some economic development capacity to prepare the SeVEDS, to understand how we're performing against the SeVEDS. And this is important because in 2014, the SeVEDS, which is a grassroots initiative, identified immigration as a strategy to help the region both lower the median age and increase the population. And of course, now earlier today, we just talked about all these years later, now there's implementation of that strategic priority. It said for the region to grow the economy, it will have to provide support for immigration. It didn't identify a person. No one necessarily owned it.
Yeah.
The author doesn't own it. But the region says this is an important strategy by which we can help support the economy. Somewhat short version.
Yeah.
So our letter of support would be.
So
to
we're
help.
applying to the EDA to become an EDD, the district. And with that designation, that district would be created. So this letter part of that process is to go out to each of the municipalities in both counties, tell them about this process and seek support for that effort.
The EDD would be Wyndham and Bennington?
Correct. You know, and I can attest to the cross-pollination between Wyndham and Bennington counties quite a bit.
Yeah.
You know, it makes sense.
Who
At this
holds the funds now? If it's, so you said that it would go to the EDD
Yeah.
if it were created.
There are no.
Yeah, currently there's no funds with the SeVEDS.
Yeah.
Comes with big, that's part of this process is you get that funding and that will go with the Economic Development District, which
Yeah.
is a standalone entity,
Mhm.
its own board, its own bylaws. And really its only purpose is to hold that SeVEDS and ensure that a SeVEDS is produced for the region.
And is this unique to Vermont or something that?
All over the country.
Yeah.
Most SeVEDS are like 14 county, they can be very large spaces. It's rare that it's this small. In Vermont, we have one just north of us with 3 counties. And then in the Northwest and then in the Northeast of Vermont. So there's currently 3 EDDs in Vermont.
And just to the south of us in Franklin, and so, yeah.
Yeah, I was just curious if our lack of county system had an.
It adds to the challenge.
Yeah, I can
It certainly
imagine.
does. Or rather, this is designed to help overcome some of the negative, parts of that.
Yeah, that was kind of the root of that question was like other states that have much more robust counties systems, do they have these? And it sounds like they do still.
And as through COVID and some of the federal funds that were deployed, if we had an EDD, this EDD, it would have received $375,000 the third day of the pandemic.
Yeah.
They just put that money out to those entities to support businesses in recovery.
Yeah, excellent. That's very helpful. Other questions, board, on that?
No.
Okay. I think in that case, the motion stands. So I'm going to modify it just to say, okay, so Jess has made a motion to place an item on the warning for the 2023 representative town meeting to allocate an amount that reflects the 2020 census data, which is $36,542. Just in case we get that number wrong, I want you to be able to modify it. Of program income to SeVEDS in FY24, and to provide a letter of support to help SeVEDS pursue a federally recognized economic development district status. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Carries 5-0. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'll get that letter out if it's all right with you in this week.
Yeah.
Thank you for your patience.
Yes, thank you for your patience. Really appreciate it.
Check good now.
Yes.
When we start to talk about the agenda,
Yeah.
I think we need to hear from Chuck. He's waited all this time.
Oh, absolutely.
And
Yeah, EMS update is next.
and then I think that we should really consider those two coming another day.
Yep, let's discuss it after. Chuck. I'm sorry, AC here.
Yeah,
Well,
whatever.
AC here.
Just don't call me late for dinner. That's what
So we're gonna move on to new business agenda item 9. I believe it is now 9D, which is the EMS update. So just quick bookkeeping. Agenda setting committee decided in October that with just what the agenda looked like, it made sense to sort of bump this to the first meeting in November, because the first meeting in November was the 1st of November today. So this is the EMS update for October. My memory is to October 11th. So it's actually September.
yes. So this would be the EMS update for September.
Yeah. And so in that there is some information up to October 11th.
Yeah, that's true. That's when the data was harvested from. Some of the data was. Yeah.
Okay, so it's all of September and it's part of October. And when we see this update again for October, it will be from the 1st.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So a little clarification there. So this would be the September update. We began to harvest some of the October information out.
Yep.
We're preparing that for the November 15th select board meeting.
Yep.
And have that information available for you then.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Okay, take it away.
Yep. So you have me today. The chief is on a well-deserved vacation. So I'll discuss the September data. September, the Brattleboro Fire Department responded to 339 calls for service. Of those calls for service, 257 of those calls were for a need for an ambulance response. I think it's important to note very specifically 2 calls that we responded to. The first being one that happened on September 11th. We talked about it at a previous select board meeting, but that was the 3rd alarm fire at a commercial building. That taxed our services, which gave us an opportunity to kind of really use some of those plans that we developed and see if they would work. Everything worked very smoothly. The second call I think is notable to mention was on September 29th. That was a technical rescue event that took place down in the Whetstone Brook. This event required the providers from both Golden Cross and from Brattleboro Fire to really kind of come up with a really intricate plan that had some clinical decision-making that affected the patient from down in the Whetstone, extricating that patient all the way up through the riverbank and to BMH. And that was a very successful rescue. And I commend those people that performed that rescue. Other things noted, we continue to train together daily, Golden Cross and BFD. We continue to receive our QA and QI from Dr. Storn and Dr. Swosey. I'm very proud to report that Captain Paramedic Schmidt and Lieutenant Paramedic Hubbard have cleared their preceptor process. This allows for a great more deal flexibility in terms of operation from day-to-day stuff and just allowing crews to be out and operate differently, having 2 paramedics available. And I also want to take a second just to note those 2 obtain their paramedic level licensure well before the talk of even upgrading to a paramedic license or before this conversation of ambulance stuff ever existed. They did that specifically to become better clinical providers for the community. So I think that's speaks a lot on their character. And that's a lot of what's been taking place in the month of September. Some of the data statistics pulled from July 1 to October 11th. We've done 818 EMS calls. Our average response time is 4 minutes and 9 seconds. The average time of the call is 27 minutes, 55 seconds. The need for 2 ambulances was 123. And the need for 3 ambulances is 19. Need for mutual aid is 2. And at that point on October 11th, we transported 557 patients. I would note from a key point from the October meeting that we'll be talking about, October was our busiest month as of yet. So we're really interested in pulling and harvesting that data and learning what we can do from that information. So
Excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, AC Kier, for the presentation. Board will start with y'all on questions or comments for. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Daniel.
Thanks. 2 things. I wonder if you could share some of what you've learned from the kind of QA, QI work. And correct me if I'm getting this wrong. QA is like quality assurance and QI is quality improvement.
That's true.
All right.
Yeah.
So what have
Thanks
we
for not putting me on the spot.
What have we been assured about? And what have we learned to
So a
improve?
lot of it involves a lot of different things. It could be quality improvement. How do we write an incident report? What information should be included? What information is not being included that should be included? So those are a lot of things that we talk about. We also review clinical decisions that have been made on scene, followed through all the way to the hospital.
Yeah.
Was that the best clinical decision that could have been made? Or could there have been a different avenue that had been placed?
Yeah.
Other things, IV attempts, successful, unsuccessful, where we may need improvement. So those are some of the things that get discussed during those QA, QI sessions. And a lot of it is just this report could use some grammar and some spelling correction. Silly things like that, but they're important to the day-to-day operation and how we get better.
Yeah. And then the other thing I was curious whether there was any update on the feasibility study Is that okay
It's
for me
not-
to even ask?
It's not really, well, I don't know.
I mean, it's about EMS. This is an EMS update.
I'm happy to answer it because it's very simple. It's a very
Yeah.
simple answer. The last real communication that we had with AP Triton was during our last meeting that we had in our public forum. I know AP Triton has reached out a few times to gather and collect some information from the fire chief. Very mute stuff, and that's where we stand. We haven't heard.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Just a teaser trailer for next month's report has how did handling the busiest month that we've had so far.
I say it was the busiest month. I think there was an increase to 15 calls, or I'll have the exact numbers for you later, but good. We've definitely used the third ambulance a handful of times this month. And yeah, I think it's been successful.
Yeah, we'll see more once you.
Yeah.
But that's just off the cuff sort of.
Yeah, it's really interesting deriving the data that of locations that were responding, the time of the day that we're responding to those locations. I think it's important, and I find it fairly interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. Other board members? Liz?
I want to piggyback on Daniel's questioning because I believe that this paragraph on your report about QA, QI is the most important. And I recall when Dr. Storn came to speak to us and that he was pleased with the progress that was going on. Ezekiel, do you think that this is really the heart of the matter in terms of how you and Golden Cross are working together to serve the public?
Yeah, so I think it's a big part of the equation. I think there's a lot of different pieces to that equation, but I think understanding how we can better serve the community and better make those clinical decisions, that makes everybody happier, right? If we do a good job on a call, we make those correct clinical decisions. We get that patient to the hospital, that patient has a successful outcome. That creates a relationship between Golden Cross and BFD. If there's an error and two opposing forces and we don't want to talk about the bad thing that happened, well, that just creates a negative relationship. So another real positive aspect of the QA QI is, okay, so James, you've made a mistake here. Okay, how are we going to fix that? You know? Yeah. Hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you.
Tim, did you?
Yeah, one of them's super wonky. I don't even know if you would know the answer. But the easier one is, I see that the average time to scene is still impressively low. So that's great news. The max time to scene in this reporting period is reported as 30 minutes. Now, is that something to be concerned about?
No, so one of the things that we want to do in the next report is clarify some of those things because they're not real reflective of what's happening out on a call. For example, I noted on the EMS data today that the max time on scene was 8 hours and 30 minutes or something like that. And I said to our office manager, what is this? Well, that was the full flex third alarm fire that we had that required an ambulance to be on scene for 8 hours and 30 minutes. Other things that's happening too is diversion to other hospitals. So is that a really accurate representation of that? So we'll pull that, we're looking to pull that information out and maybe separate that category out where you have the normal response and then the subcategory of diversions, of fire scenes. So we're looking to clarify that. That's a point that we didn't see in the beginning and now we're clearly seeing now.
Great, thank you. And then the other super wonky one was that I see there's a line for need for 2 ambulances at 15.04%, need for 3 ambulances at 2.32%. Do you know if for a fact that the need for 3 ambulances isn't also included in the need for 2 ambulances? Because it depends on how you would harvest that data.
Yeah, so and the way we harvest it is the build up to. So if you're using 3, you're using 2.
Right, that's what I sort of suspected. Okay, well, thank you for answering that.
Oh, I see. That took me a second. Yes.
Yeah, because it,
Good
yeah,
eye.
because it throws off sort of the need for 2. Because
And I'll look around. Maybe I could find a way to better clarify that if possible.
Yeah, and I
wonky. I'm not sure anybody else would.
No, but my hope is, and I think this has been happening is as we continue to give updates to the community on this EMS service, that we continue to hone the data and the way we express and show the data so that it gives a really accurate and easy to understand picture for community members. So yeah, I think that would be good. I appreciate Tim pointing that out. I'm gonna open it up to the community. Looking to one person, nope. And I don't see any hands there. Oh, no, I've got, yes, Bob.
Where's that talking?
Hello. The BCTV office.
Oh,
Hi, Bob. Sorry, we're just trying to figure out audio coming in from the room. How are you this evening?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes. So Bob Ozer, Brattleboro. And I have 2 questions. One is really quick, I think. Thank you, ACQ. Of the $253,000 invoiced by Golden Cross, do we have any idea how much of that was collected?
I didn't see I don't have the data in front of me for that month, but I can speak. I think we're at a 51 or 55% collection rate, but that's a rough estimate, and those numbers are still coming in, and I'll see if I can't provide that collection rate number to you in that month of October.
Okay. And this one kind of comes from a listener, so I'm not too sure I understand all the details of this, but it relates to the full flex fire and whether it's customary to have 2 ambulances at a second alarm fire, one for rehab and one for transport in the event of any injuries. And is it correct that there was only 1 ambulance and 1 provider at the full flex fire?
All right. Thank you, Bob.
Yeah. So a typical response always has been to a working fire, 1 ambulance. If the need arises for another ambulance, then we'll specifically call for that. Oftentimes that first ambulance is used for initial burn victims. It'll be used for firefighters that are in need of it, stuff like that. But then it becomes a rehab unit. So we've built rehab into other vehicles and other parts and other operational situations that we utilize current staff member for. So it's a little bit different operation now, but in the past and still today, 1 ambulance responds to a working fire. I'm sorry, I'm kind of looking at the screen thinking I'm talking about. In terms of we had 1 paramedic from Golden Cross at that fire and 1 of our staff members, a typical response at the 3rd alarm fire on September 11th. And that is a pretty standard response.
Okay. So you see there's don't see any other hands. Okay, board, is there any other questions or comments?
Just gratitude. Continued.
Yep.
Thank you.
We really appreciate the work of the fire department and your work in coming and presenting to us in the community. And we look forward to hearing back from you in November.
Okay, great.
Sorry for the late night.
Yep.
No, it's important stuff.
You probably have a long day.
Thank you very much, AC. Here. Okay, so we're going to move on to new business agenda item F, which is the FY24 annual general fund budget overview, revenue, and discussion.
Ian,
yeah.
Can we suggest some major changes to the agenda?
You can suggest them.
Great.
Great.
I suggest that the FY 24 annual general fund budget and the ARPA funds discussion both go to another meeting because it is 10:05. And we have three things I would say that we have to do tonight: health insurance, winter fuel oil, and committee appointments.
Well, I know one board member is not going to be pleased with that suggestion.
Well,
you
know,
It's not gonna be a great community conversation.
yeah,
at 10
I can't
30 at
have a
night.
discussion and be fully.
Okay, well, I'm gonna take that suggestion. So obviously ARPA is kind of at the discretion of the board. FY 24 though, that's Patrick's question. Do you
Does Patrick want to
do
present?
you feel comfortable? How long was the presentation? I know it's ridiculous to start talking about how long things are wasting time doing it right now, but I just need to.
I can keep it in less than 2 hours.
Okay.
I didn't time myself. I honestly don't know. I could talk about it, but I could also talk about it another night if that would be more comfortable for everybody.
Kate, I realize that you're here to talk about that. Are you sure?
Oh, I thought you were here for ARPA. Oh, okay.
You know what? It'll be here another night.
Yeah, okay.
Can we do?
That's well.
But we have our books. We just got them.
Yeah, I haven't even cracked it.
Will
open.
it,
I can't.
will it upset the budget schedule to move FY 24?
Yeah.
Yeah, but we'll need to figure that out.
We're not going to move
You
the
know
whole
what we could
budget.
do is,
No,
I mean, I could take a look at the whole schedule. Well, there's plenty of additional meeting opportunities in December that we can sort of just advance 1 week into or 2 weeks into.
I have a thought.
Yeah, Liz.
I think it'll, if we postpone this to our next meeting, it gives us more time to digest the information that we've been given and might have a better discussion.
I mean, that is absolutely true. I got it today, so that's fair.
What's the first, after next week, what's the first discussion?
November 15th.
No, I mean, the topic.
The first topic is capital.
Can we do
Capital's
both?
gonna
The
be-
introduction and the
We
capital?
can. Capital's gonna be an intense discussion. The overview on revenue in particular is super quick, right? Our revenue is not a complicated
Well, I
process.
just thought we could maybe.
Yeah, so
combine
let's, can we
So
combine
we're gonna
capital
combine them
and?
together.
We're gonna
We'll do
combine it.
Overview, revenue and capital.
It's fun though, because I really was.
God,
looking
no matter
forward to tonight.
how hard I try to get all these things done.
You're so ambitious.
But we're gonna get most of them. Okay, so
Um,
I would agree then, let's move FY 24 to annual general fund budget to the next select board meeting. We'll discuss it with capital. Yeah, the ARPA funds discussion, Tim, if you were hoping for a robust community discussion.
I was.
Yeah.
You know,
Let's do it. a
The
different
ship
night.
sailed.
we instead gave priority to another robust discussion of the community, which I believe was important.
I want to go on the record as grumpy.
Excellent.
Mark it
Grumpiness,
in the minutes.
The record
Right,
reflects.
Jessica.
grumpiness noted. So we're gonna move off FY 24 annual and ARPA funds. And we'll move on to new business agenda item G.
One more moment.
Oh, yes.
Just for the interpreters, just a heads up that we've only taken a 5-minute break in the last 4 hours.
Yeah,
Wasn't really.
it wasn't a
No.
5-minute break.
It was a
I'm
little,
getting
yeah.
feedback from the interpreters.
Oh.
Yep.
And they're indicating that they need to leave at 11.
Okay, then let's move.
If we're still here at 11, I'm gonna be grumpy as well.
Let's move.
So
I
let's.
want to, I just
think
want
we
to
can knock this out
apologize
in
to our
15 minutes.
community member
Oh, no
that was
way.
here to speak on
No
items.
way.
I'm sorry, Kate.
She enjoyed all.
But we will get to all of these things.
Good night, Kate.
Good night.
Okay.
That was the best candy last night.
Oh, yeah.
Really good. For that.
Okay, so interpreters heard loud and clear. We're gonna move through this at a respectful pace where it's considered, but you know, we'll get through it. So new business agenda item, kind of lost track, health insurance program renewal for calendar year 2020. Patrick?
Yes, sir. So the board this evening is asked to authorize myself, the interim town manager, to execute an agreement with Blue Cross Blue Shield of Vermont for the 2023 renewal for health insurance for town employees, including a 6.7% increase in premiums. I'll just give this a super quick overview. We received our renewal information from Blue Cross Blue Shield quite late this year. As many of you might recall, there was a great deal of debate within the state between the hospitals and the Green Mountain Care Board. All of that sort of got resolved very, very recently. And so it was only in the last couple of weeks, maybe 2 weeks ago, that the town was able to receive its renewal. And that's true for all other plans, large group plans such as ourselves. And so there wasn't a whole lot of time to be able to respond. We had been given warnings by our folks at the Richards Group that we should be expecting something approximating a 20% increase, or at least approaching a 20% increase in premiums. That would have been really difficult. As it turns out, the straight renewal with no plan modifications whatsoever would have resulted in only a 14% increase. However, Blue Cross asked if we would be willing to consider a particular component to our program, and that being that we require each of our members to identify a primary care provider. And this is sort of enforcing wellness, rather than allowing people to not have a regular doctor. All we need to do is identify a primary care physician, and we're good. And so if we were to accept that modification, which would, they believe, help to reduce long-term costs of our group of employees and their families, then they would lower that premium increase down to 6.7%, which is identical to the increase that we had in the previous year. Considering the cost of living increases that are going on around us today, we consider that to be something of a gift. There were a variety of other options that Richards helped us to identify, none of which were particularly compelling and really wouldn't save the town or the employees any additional financial resources. I will say that this year, just as we have in each of the previous at least 4 or 5 years, we put together a group of representatives from each of the town's 4 collective bargaining units. So that would be the police department, the fire department, the steel workers, and the administrative unions, and all agreed unanimously that this 6.7% increase is the recommended plan for 2023. So I'll leave it at that.
Great. Thank you, Patrick. Board members, questions or comments?
It seems like the least bad option.
Yeah. Least bad option. Patrick, I'll just have you reiterate. I know you just spoke, but so the town has been in contact with all 4 unions, and they are aware of the need for people on the plan to identify a primary care provider, and they are agreeable to it.
I would say the collective bargaining units definitely are. All staff will become aware pretty soon.
And the town has anticipates and has a plan to help those people who are, because it's not just the town employees, but also their family members who are also under the plan. So to help those individuals who would be impacted by that change and would need to find a primary care physician, the town has a plan to help facilitate that.
Absolutely, we do. Blue Cross has been kind enough to offer to provide us with a list of only those folks to whom this applies to. And additionally, to provide us with a list of physicians in the area that are accepting new patients. And the Human Resources Department is going to be working to make those connections and facilitate those transitions.
Okay, good. Board members, other questions?
No.
Liz?
I just think that this is a measure that might even improve people's health.
Yep.
Jess?
Yeah, I just want to say I appreciated in your materials for this, having the comparison benchmarks of state industry to compare what Brattleboro offers to what the state government and other municipalities might offer. And I'm really happy to see that Brattleboro offers a nice competitive health insurance plan and affordable one.
I would say it's highly valued by the staff.
Yeah. That's good. Staff is our greatest asset.
Yeah, I say it time and again that just 62% of our budget is staff.
Staff and employee benefits, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
so
we are service.
We are a service industry, and that is, we need to prioritize that we take care of the people who make that service possible. I think with that, unless board, there's other questions or comments, I'd look for a motion. Jess.
I've got it.
Sorry.
I move that we authorize, are we good?
No, I was just pointing out that Liz had her hand up, but
Oh, boy.
it was too late.
Never mind, I'm fine.
Authorize the interim town manager to execute an agreement with Blue Cross Blue Shield for the 2023 renewal that includes a 6.7% increase to premiums.
Jess has made a motion to authorize the interim town manager to execute an agreement with BCBS, Blue Cross Blue Shield, for the 2023 renewal. That includes a 6.7% increase to premiums. Board members, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's going to carry 5-0. Thank you very much, Patrick. Patrick, you're going to stick with us for the agenda item H, which is the FY24 winter fuel oil ratification of bid.
Yes, sir. So I will definitely stick with you. So the recommendation is for the board to ratify my decision to accept a low bid from Barrows and Fisher Oil for the per gallon price of 4.409 for FY23 number 2 fuel oil. So just a quick little bit of backup. For as far back as I can remember, the town and the school district have combined forces to put out our fuel oil consumption out to bid each year. Each year that's been done by the school district, and we appreciate their service in that regard. This year, upon putting our combined fuel oil out to bid, we received 2 responses, one from AR Sandry Inc. and the other from Barrows and Fishers. They're both pretty close, but Barrows and Fisher is lower by a number of cents. And one of the things that is going on globally is there are a lot of uncertainty that are impacting the heating fuel market. I think Daniel may be aware of that. And so one of the things that came back with the bids this year, which was a little unusual, was the need to respond and to respond quickly. The bid price was good for that day and might likely change in the near future. We discussed it between the school district and our here at the town, and had a general sense that this was a pretty good price. And in an effort to lock it in at a publicly bid price, I agreed to move forward.
Great.
Context.
Daniel.
Today I paid $6.05 a gallon for fuel oil from a local fuel dealer. So good deal for the town. Good deal for the taxpayers.
More context. About a month ago, I was obsessively watching these pricings and I got lucky and I got 4.19.
You did not.
Yep. I could show you my contract.
Oh.
But that was the right moment in time because it had dipped just for 10 days.
Yeah.
So
Fuel
doesn't always work
funky
to our advantage. And usually the town beats me substantially, but this year I win.
Well done.
Liz?
Or lose, as the case may be.
Did you ever
I don't know how much I pay for fuel oil, and I'm in agreement with this process.
Okay.
Great.
Yeah, it's a ratification, which is, always kind of a little bit of a different dance. but I think acting in the way that you did to ensure that we captured a competitive fuel price for the town was absolutely the right call, and I also agree that we should ratify that decision.
Okay, I got a motion.
Please.
Yeah.
I move to ratify the interim town manager's decision to accept a low bid price from Barrows and Fisher Oil for the per gallon price of $4 and, oh God, $4.409 for FY23 number 2 fuel oil.
Should be FY20.
So 23, it's for this heating season.
Yeah,
The one we're presently
July 1.
during.
Yeah. Daniel has made a motion to ratify the interim town manager's decision to accept the low bid from Barrows and Fisher Oil for the per gallon price of $4.409 for FY23 number 2 fuel oil. Board members, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That's going to carry 5-0. Thank you very much, Patrick.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to agenda item new business. I've lost my 9I, which is the committee appointments. So I was notified by Executive Assistant Jessica Stickler. Thank you for sticking it out with us here, sticking it out. That one of the applicants has rescinded their application. That would be John Coolier.
Okay.
Who had applied for the DRB alternate position. So we can remove him. And at that point, we just have Ricky Rosati applying for the Agricultural Advisory Board and the David Erickson for Traffic Safety Committee Citizens Representative. As it's it's two vacancies for 2 different committees, and it's not contested. Board members, we can vote it a slate if you'd like, or individually.
I'm good with the slate.
Slate, okay. Slate, okay. Is that okay? I think we've done that in the past.
I believe, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So in that case, I would take a motion.
Oh, go ahead.
Move to appoint, is that move or do I nominate?
Oh, I guess we should, yeah, not nominate them if you want to nominate them both.
Okay, I nominate for the Agriculture Advisory Board, Ricky Rosati, and for, I'm sorry, which one was it?
Traffic safety is the one that's out.
The development,
No.
no, Traffic Safety Committee Citizens Representative, David Erickson.
All right, Tim has nominated Ricky Rosati and David Erickson for their respective applications. All those in favor of that slate, please indicate with an aye.
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 So that carries 5-0. Congratulations to Ricky and David. I think we did that correctly.
We nominated.
We sort of close nominations.
What's that?
We nominated them, but we also have to appoint them.
Okay,
I think that's correct.
that's correct. Okay, sorry. So then I would look for
Good job.
another motion then? Is that,
They've both been nominated.
they both been nominated?
We didn't need a motion for the first one, but we do need a motion for
Yeah.
this one, I think.
Okay,
Come
so,
on, click.
But that's okay.
You make that motion.
Slate?
sure.
I move the slate. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I move to appoint the slate.
Okay,
oh,
How about
beautiful.
that?
Daniel's moved to appoint the slate, which is Ricky Rosati to the Agricultural Advisory Board and David Erickson to the Traffic Safety Committee Citizens Representative.
Retired.
So tired.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. That passes 5-0. Now I congratulate them both on their appointments.
Yay.
Okay, I believe that concludes new business. And I would just look for one more motion. Board. Liz,
I move to adjourn.
let's just move to adjourn. All those in favor? Oh, whoa, sorry. I see a hand up. And I would like to hear it from it.
Thank you for checking for the hand. I'm sorry that you weren't given a clue that I had my hand raised during the appointing, because I was confused about a couple of things that I wanted ask some questions about. So like, I understand you just did the voting, but can I still ask some questions?
Sure.
Thanks. So, because I'm pretty confused. When I recently looked at the Agricultural Committee webpage, like what I saw seemed like all of their seats were actively filled, and they had taken down those I forget what the technical term was, where the non-voting member seats that those are gone. So I don't know like what happened because they aren't meeting anymore. So I don't know like what decisions were made. When did that discussion happen for those changes to be made?
Okay. As far as like, Jessica Stickler has her hand up. She's not on screen, but.
Yeah, so Ashlyn actually left the committee, and there is a vacancy. I'm not sure why that hasn't been updated yet. We don't update the planning websites, but there is that vacancy.
Okay.
It's there, but they're not meeting now because of, I guess, planting season.
Yeah. So it's on hiatus, Ricky. But the vacancy is there, and it's simply an administrative, not error, but hasn't just been done yet. Does that answer your question?
So I was given a seat for a term that wasn't filled all the way. So how much time is even on that seat?
I would have to check the spreadsheet.
We're gonna have to check to see how much time is left on it.
Because if it ends before, like when they start meeting again in the spring, it's like besides the point. So
no, that's a fair point. I'm not sure exactly what the term is and when they're going to begin to convene again. We voted to put you on it. Do you
but I'm confused about like what the terms are, and it's because of all of that confusion. When I saw that, I think recently I looked at it, and then I immediately, after seeing how that confusing that was, and like not getting communication from Jessica about me asking her questions, like not about, well, yeah, about that and some other things. Like I just figured like talking in person might be better, because I applied to the Conservation Commission because I didn't think that the Agricultural Committee was going to work out, whether if it was like that term, or like I didn't understand what was happening with the Ag Committee. So did you see that I applied to the Conservation Commission instead?
So what's before the board is your Agricultural Advisory Board application. We can definitely make sure to get the answers to your questions about that committee, I would imagine very quickly. The question I have, Ricky, for tonight, because of what's before the board and sort of action is, do you, are you asking to rescind your application to the Agricultural Advisory Committee because you don't have, let me finish, because you don't have that information? Or would you like us to hold that appointment? Like, do you want us to move forward with the appointment that we just did? And you can get that information, and then you can decide if you want to stay on the committee or not.
Well, people can serve on multiple committees at once. So like, I don't see any point in rescinding, but okay. I wanted to join the Conservation Committee anyways because of other work I'm doing. And I hate that I've only been put on to terms that have been expired, and rather than me being given like a full term, because that way I can actually like do like a lot more work. So and also I'm just confused about like why Article 7 and 8 in the administrative report tonight, they weren't written out what the full reading would be.
What article? What?
7 and 8 on the agenda, because they were listed as readings, but they weren't listed, like the full readings weren't listed in the administrative report.
It's in the back.
It's probably in the backup material. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah. It wasn't published online.
Yeah. Was the backup material published online?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. Well, okay, so what I'm hearing is, Ricky, you don't want to rescind your application to the Agricultural Advisory Board, so we're gonna stick with that. We'll get answers to you on the questions you had about the Agriculture Advisory Board, and then the board will consider additional applications to other committees that you and other people have submitted when it comes before the board again. And that's what I've got for you right now.
Like, isn't there a requirement in the meetings in the warning that if you're going to have a reading of like some ordinance or like some change that you have to like publish what that reading is?
It's not
in the supporting documents.
Yeah, it's not only not timely to bring it up now, Ricky, because we're you know, if you had a question about that at the time when we were doing it, I would have heard you.
There was no real opportunity to, because all of the public participation was dominated by people upset about the parking lot.
Well, I think the answer to the question on the actual.
And really, I emailed that question to Jessica before the meeting even happened and she never responded to me.
I just want to say that I let you speak and I'm just asking that you let me do the same. Okay, so the material is in the backup material on the warned items.
Is that online, published with the other warnings?
Yes, I'm being told that that's correct. Is the backup materials online with
It is under supporting documents.
supporting documents, which includes the, I think you must be referring to the code ordinance charter 4 proposed changes.
So if I go onto the website and under administrative reports, I see the agenda and the administrative report for tonight. I don't see any extra supporting documents.
May I?
Yeah.
So there's a box on the select board page. I mean, admittedly, the town website isn't great.
And we're working on that.
And we're working on it. And there's a list of things that said like agendas for such and such a year, administrative reports, such and such a year. And there's one that says supporting documents and like
Draft minutes.
draft minutes. If you click that, you'll get a list of all of the kind of, basically this binder is that document, which includes the ordinance proposal.
Okay, I see that. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Ricky.
Good night.
Good night.
There
sure
and there is a motion on the floor. I'm glad that we caught the hand up, though.
Yeah.
I feel bad that happens. Okay, board. Liz has made a motion to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, that carries 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
CTV.
Good night.
Thank you very much to our interpreters. We got done
How's
before
that
11
folder?
o'clock.